Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Every night at 12 a.m., the door to that old cabinet opens by itself. I thought it was just bad hinges, until I saw what was standing behind it. I know how that sounds. If you heard that in a movie, you would roll your eyes and say it is just a cheap jump scare. I used to think like that too. I used to fall asleep to videos like the ones you post on this channel, laughing at how scared other people sounded telling their true stories. So believe me when I say this, I never planned on being the one writing in. The cabinet came with the apartment. It is one of those older buildings just outside downtown, the kind that looks normal in the daylight and a little wrong after sunset. Brick walls, narrow hallways, humming exit signs, doors that all look the same. The landlord walked me through the unit in a hurry, talking about original hardwood floors and great natural light, like he was reading a script. The only thing he hesitated on was the cabinet. It sits against the living room wall across from the couch. Tall, narrow, and ugly. Yellowed wood, warped doors, little brass keyholes that do not match any key I own. It looks like it belonged in someone's grandmother's house 30 years ago and just never left. When I signed the lease, the landlord gave me one weird rule. He said, "You can move anything you want in here, paint, bring your own furniture, whatever. But do not try to get rid of that cabinet. And, maybe just don't be in the living room right at midnight." He said it like a joke, but he did not smile when he said it. I thought he was being dramatic about creaky old furniture, maybe superstitious. The first week, when I heard the soft click of wood settling around 12, I laughed it off. Old buildings make noise. Doors shift, hinges breathe. Then I started hearing the same sound every single night. Right at 12 a.m., first the apartment would get weirdly quiet. Fridge hum cutting off, heater pausing, even traffic outside dipping for a second. And in that mechanical silence, I would hear it. The cabinet door latch, gently sliding open. I kept telling myself it was just bad hinges. Just a draft, just gravity. I believed that until the night I was stupid enough to stay on the couch, phone in my hand, and watch the cabinet door open in real time, knowing damn well that whatever was standing just behind it already knew I was watching. 1.1. Why I am writing this now. I need you to change my name if you read this on your channel. Change the city, change the school if you want. Leave out the street I live on now. I know people lie in true horror emails all the time, so I am not expecting you to take any of this at face value. Honestly, I am not even sure what I want more. For you to believe me, or for this to sound ridiculous enough that I can convince myself it did not happen the way I remember it. What finally made me sit down and write this wasn't guilt or some noble urge to warn people. It was a sound. It is just after midnight in my apartment in Colorado as I start this. The TV is off. The lights are low. My laptop is the only real glow in the room, washing the thrift store coffee table and the arm of the couch in pale blue. If you could see this place, it would not look like the setting of a horror story. It is a perfectly average one-bedroom in a perfectly average building just off a busy road. Beige walls, cracking baseboards. That cheap gray carpet every landlord seems to buy in bulk. My couch is something I picked up from Facebook Marketplace. Sunken cushions, one arm a little more threadbare than the other. There is a blank spot on the wall where I keep meaning to hang a print and never do. The kitchen is technically part of the same room. The counter makes a half-hearted attempt at being a divider, but it is really just one big rectangle of space with appliances pushed along one side. Right now, my fridge is humming in that constant, low way you stop hearing until you pay attention. The baseboard heater under the window is cycling off and on with a little hollow knock each time it starts. Sometimes you can hear the pipes in the wall tick softly as they cool down between cycles, like the building is breathing in its sleep. Outside, every few minutes, a car rolls past on the street. You can always tell the difference between a sedan and a truck by the way the sound grows and fades. The lighter hiss of tires versus the heavier rumble that makes the glass in the window buzz for half a second. This is where I live. This is the entire universe of the story right now. Couch, coffee table, laptop, kitchen, heater, pipes, the faint glow of streetlights leaking around the edges of cheap blinds. And 3 steps behind me, if I turn my head, there is a hall closet. It is just a white door with a dull brass knob, the kind you could find in 100 different apartments across the country. There is nothing visually special about it. It holds my winter coat, a vacuum cleaner, a toolbox I barely know how to use, and a collapsed cardboard box from when I moved in. I have not opened that door in the middle of the night in years. I wish I could say that is because of the thing that happened to me in college. Like there is a neat line between before and after. The truth is messier. For a long time, I told myself I was being dramatic. I told myself it was normal to be jumpy if you have been through something. I told myself if I could just get through enough nights here without anything weird happening, I would finally stop thinking about the last time I saw a closet door move on its own. I was halfway through that last sentence when it happened again. You do not notice how many sounds are layered together in a room until all of them stop at once. The fridge shuts off. The heater takes a break between cycles. The vents stop pushing air. The building goes from a low mechanical chorus to a solid, blank nothing. It is not silence like in a forest, or silence like in a church. It is more like somebody hit pause on the background track of your life. That is what just happened. The fridge died mid-hum. The heater clicked and went still. Even the traffic outside seems to have dipped. No cars for a few heartbeats, no engines, nothing. In that short, unnatural pause, I heard a sound I know way too well. It was not loud. It never is. It was a tiny, precise click, like metal turning gently against metal. The knob on the hall closet behind me moved. Not much, not enough that you would see it in a phone video, but enough that the latch caught and released with that soft, unmistakable sound. Just a small shift. Just enough for my brain to slam me backward in time. The fridge kicked back on half a second later. The heater followed. The room filled up with the same mundane noise it always has. My laptop fan whirred a little louder, as if it had been holding its breath too. Outside, a truck went by, bass rattling in its doors. Nothing in the room has changed, not in any way that would show up in a photo. The closet door is still closed. The knob is in the same neutral position. If I got up right now and put my hand on it, it would probably feel like any other cold piece of metal. What changed is inside my chest. I can feel my heartbeat in my fingers, in the pads resting on these keys. There is that hot, hollow sensation in my stomach, like the floor has just dropped a few inches lower than I expected. The muscles in my shoulders locked up so fast my neck actually hurts. I did not even realize I had stopped typing until I looked at the screen and saw the blinking cursor frozen in the middle of a sentence. That little click pulled everything back. The smell of someone else's apartment, the taste of stale beer in my mouth, the feel of cold glass under my bare feet, the sight of a knife where it should not have been. It is all there, sharp like it happened yesterday. I do not know what you have heard on your channel, or what you have already read that made you numb to stories like this. I know there are people who will hear closet door and instantly start inventing their own punchlines. I do not care. The last time I heard that sound in the dark, there was a knife behind the door. That sentence looks dramatic written out like that. I would roll my eyes at it too if I had not watched someone reach into a closet and pull a blade out of the shadows where someone else had been standing seconds before. I am not telling you this because I think my story is the scariest thing you have ever heard. I am telling you because it did not start with a knife. It did not start with any big, obvious horror movie moment. It started with small things, with somebody knowing where I was when they shouldn't, with a location dot on a screen, with an invitation to a party weekend I never actually gave, to explain why the sound of a doorknob in a cheap Colorado apartment can still make my hands shake. I have to go back to 2019 and to one weekend that should have been just another college party trip. 1.2 Small school, small life, small threats. Back in the spring of 2019, my world was a lot smaller. If you pulled up a map of Colorado and dragged your finger down I-25 until the mountains started to flatten out and the billboards got uglier, you would eventually land on the town where I went to school. It was one of those places that only really exists because the state decided to put a campus there. 4 lanes of traffic, then strip malls, then a cluster of brick buildings pretending to be a university. The campus itself was compact. Red brick academic halls with names nobody used. Just the English building, the science building, the ugly one with the bad bathrooms. Dry grass that never quite recovered from winter, even in April. A fountain in the middle of the main quad that always smelled vaguely like pennies and spilled beer. If you walked 10 minutes in almost any direction, you hit the same sights. Safeway, Taco Bell, vape shops, a liquor store with a half-burned-out neon sign, a place that sold wings and sushi that nobody trusted, student housing peeled off from the main road in narrow fingers of cheap apartments, beige 2 stories with narrow balconies stacked over each other, satellite dishes pointing like metal flowers at the sky. At night, you could stand in the parking lot under the orange glow of the sodium vapor lights and hear 3 different TVs through open patio doors, all playing 3 different shows slightly out of sync. That was my universe. Classes, parking lots, and the grocery store where I worked off exit 223. My days were basically copy-paste. Morning classes in those echoing lecture halls with their clacking plastic chairs. Quick lunches grabbed from the student union where the smell of fryer oil never left your clothes. Then a walk back past the rec center to my car. I would drive the same 3 miles down the same stretch of I-25 to the same grocery store with the same faded logo, park under the same crooked light pole, and start my evening. If you have never worked in a grocery store, you probably do not realize how loud they are. The automatic doors at the front open with a little hiss and then chime. Ding, ding, every time someone walks in. The registers beep with every scan. The PA crackles to life every few minutes with "manager to the front" or "clean up on aisle 7" in a distorted, bored voice. The refrigerated cases in the back hum constantly, like a cold mechanical ocean. If you stand still in the frozen aisle, you can actually feel the vibration in your teeth. My job was mostly cashier, sometimes cart wrangler, sometimes bagger if we were short. I wore the same red vest and name tag and stood under the same fluorescent lights for 6-hour shifts, my ears numb to the sound of my own rehearsed phrases. Did you find everything okay today? Do you have your rewards card? Would you like paper or plastic? My schedule did not leave a lot of room for adventures. I had early classes because those were the only sections open by the time I registered. I had late shifts because new hires at the store did not get to argue with the schedule. When I was not in class or at work, I was usually in my apartment with my roommates, Mason and Tyler, half watching something on Netflix while we played games or pretended to study. Mason was the social one. He was the guy who always seemed to know which apartment had people over, who was bringing what, whose roommate was out of town so the noise could run later. He had a dented gray Corolla he loved way too much for a car that coughed when you started it in winter. If we were going anywhere off campus, Mason was driving. Deshaun technically did not live with us, but he might as well have. He was on our floor almost every day. He was the guy who turned everything into a bit. If you tripped on the curb, he would reenact it for a week. If the professor mispronounced a name, he would quote it out of nowhere during a game at 2 a.m. He could make you laugh even when you needed to be pissed off about something. Tyler was the opposite. Low-key, quieter, the one who noticed when someone seemed off before they said anything. He would be the first to ask if you were okay, but also the first to say, "That's weird," when something was just a little out of place. He and I synced up the most in terms of energy. Mason dragged us out into the world. Tyler and I watched the world from the couch. If there was a big event at our school, Mason was plugging it in his calendar. Deshaun was making jokes about it. Tyler was shrugging, and I was checking my work schedule to see if I could afford to go. Railfest was not at our school. It was at the bigger one 3 hours north. The one that actually showed up on lists when people online talked about party universities. By the time I was a senior, I had seen enough videos of it that I could have drawn the main streets from memory. Railfest weekend meant Instagram stories full of sweaty crowds on balconies, phone flashlights waving in time to some EDM track, cops on bikes weaving slowly between smashed beer cans, a full ocean of people in baseball caps and crop tops yelling lyrics in unison. Every April, our campus thinned out on that Friday. People who had cars left in caravans. People who did not have cars begged for rides, offered gas money, or just promised to Venmo you later. I would watch them pack up in the parking lot outside our building sometimes, coolers clunking into trunks, bass already booming from someone's Bluetooth speaker. And then, when evening rolled around, I would put on my red vest, drive the opposite direction, and scan groceries under fluorescent lights while the PA played tinny classic rock over the buzz of the compressors. I told myself I did not care. I was not the party all weekend type anyway. I liked my little routines. I liked having money for rent. I liked knowing what my night was going to look like. Door chime dinging, scanners beeping, freezer humming, the low human murmur of people buying milk and bread and frozen dinners. It felt safe. The first couple of years, I would still scroll through Railfest posts on my breaks just to see what the fuss was about. Balcony crowds swaying, cops on horseback this time instead of bikes, a line of flashlights moving like a wave down a dark street. People I recognized from class wrapping their arms around strangers, shouting into the camera that this was the best night of their lives. In those early videos, if Eli was there, I did not notice him. Eli was not really a main character in anything back then. He was just this guy who seemed to hover on the edges of everything. The kind of guy who ended up in your group for a Gen Ed project because nobody else picked him first. The kind of guy who showed up to game night at somebody's apartment because he had heard about it from a friend of a friend. If there was a crowd picture on someone's story, you might see him half cut off on the edge if you looked twice. He was always a little too much, too loud for how well people actually knew him, too quick to act like an inside joke was his, even if he had not been there the night it started. The first few times I met him, I chalked it up to regular social awkwardness. College is full of people still trying to figure out how to be in a room. He would lean in too close when you were sitting on a couch, laugh a half second too late at something someone said, keep talking even after the conversation had clearly moved on. If we were at a random house hang, I would catch sight of him bouncing between groups, inserting himself, staying just a fraction longer in every circle than anyone seemed comfortable with. It was noticeable, but it was not threatening. Not yet. Most of that spring, my biggest threats were boring things. A professor who marked late papers down a full letter grade. A car that sometimes refused to start if the temperature dropped below freezing overnight. A landlord who dragged his feet on fixing the leak under our kitchen sink. When I think back on that time now, though, there is this other feeling threaded through it. One I did not let myself examine too closely at the time. It is the sense of being watched without knowing by who. Not all day, not in some dramatic way. Just little flashes at the store, mostly. I would be ringing up someone's groceries and feel like eyes were on me from another line. I would look up and recognize a face from campus in the crowd of customers, even though it was a weeknight and my school was on the other side of town. Sometimes, when I was out in the parking lot pushing a chain of carts back toward the entrance, a car would idle a little longer near the curb than seemed necessary, headlights idling on me like I was a deer in them. I could always explain it away. Small town, small school. Of course you see the same people over and over. Of course the same faces pop up. Of course you picture things when you are bored. That was the energy in the apartment the night Mason brought up Railfest again. We were in the living room, controllers in our hands, some stupid shooter game on mute while a sports podcast played in the background. Pizza boxes open on the table, the whole place smelling like grease and orange soda. The heater clicked on, blowing warm air across our socks. "Last shot," Mason said suddenly, pausing the game and leaning back on the couch. "Railfest. One more time before we're old and boring and working 9 to 5 forever." "You've never gone," Deshaun said, pointing a cheesy slice at me. "You realize that, right? 4 years and you've never seen it outside of Instagram." "I have work," I said automatically. "Ask off," Mason shot back. "It's April. You've earned one Friday night where you are not scanning discount cereal under fluorescent lights." Tyler, on the end of the couch, looked over at me. He did not say anything, but I could feel him weighing it. Mason grinned and nudged me with his elbow. "Come on, man. One weekend. We drive up Friday, crash at my cousin's, drive back Sunday. We will never be this young and this stupid again." The thing is, he was right. Not about the young and stupid part. That is just what people say. But about the way my life felt like it was already closing in, finalizing into a shape I had not really chosen. Class, work, couch, sleep, repeat. In a few months, I would be graduating, probably moving to some other small place with a different grocery store and a different chain restaurant, and the same view out the windshield. I looked at the paused game on the TV. I listened to the low murmur of the podcast hosts arguing about something that did not matter. In my head, I could hear the ding of the store doors, the beep of the scanner, the hum of the freezers waiting for me that weekend, if I did not say yes. "Fine," I said finally. "I'll ask off." Mason whooped. Deshaun smacked the couch. Tyler gave this small, almost surprised smile. Later that night, lying in my bed with the window cracked open to the sound of distant traffic, I stared at the ceiling and tried to picture balcony crowds instead of aisles of canned soup. Down the hall, the faint glow from the living room TV seeped under my door. I heard Mason laughing at something, Tyler's lower voice answering. I heard our fridge cycle off, then on again. An apartment above us flushed a toilet. Pipes groaned in the wall for a few seconds, then quieted. I remember rolling over, pulling my blanket up, and trying to shake the weird sensation that someone had been standing in the grocery store doorway, watching me earlier that evening. Not walking in, not leaving, just standing there. I told myself it was nothing. It would be the last normal week of my life before Railfest. 1.3. The day Eli became a problem. If you had asked me back then what Eli looked like, I would have said normal and left it at that. He was one of those guys your eyes slide over in a crowd. Average height, average build, medium everything. Dark hoodie no matter the weather. Messy brown hair that always looked like it had almost been brushed and then given up halfway through. Cheap sneakers with the logo half worn off. Nothing about him would have made you turn your head if you passed him on the sidewalk. It was the way he moved through rooms that stuck with you. He had this habit of inserting himself into conversations like he had been there the whole time. Someone would be telling a story to 3 people in a living room at some random apartment, and suddenly there would be a 4th laugh, just a little too loud. A 4th person leaning forward just a little too far, nodding like every detail was already familiar to him. He over-explained his own jokes. If something did not land, he would repeat the punchline, slower, like the problem was that you had not heard him, not that it was not funny. He would touch your shoulder when he laughed, fingers lingering just a little too long, even if you had only met him twice. He talked like he was in on something that did not really include him. We always do this, he would say, about traditions that had nothing to do with him. You know how we are, he would throw in, using we to cover groups that had never actually invited him along. Back then, I filed it under normal, awkward guy stuff. College is full of people who did not quite figure out social cues in high school. He was irritating, sure, but there are a lot of irritating people in the world. There was one particular day, though, when Eli stopped being background noise and became a problem I could not ignore anymore. It was a Thursday evening shift at the grocery store. The kind of shift that made time feel thick. The front doors slid open and shut on an endless loop, the sensor chime ding-ding every time. Elevator music played overhead, the same 6-song playlist cycling so often I could tell you which song was coming from the first 2 notes. The conveyor belt at my register whirred as I thumbed the button, products crawling toward me in slow motion. Beep, beep, beep. The barcode scanner sang the same 3 tones for every item. Cereal, milk, frozen pizza, toilet paper. Did you find everything okay today? Do you have your rewards card? Would you like a receipt? My voice had fallen into that numb, automatic cadence that happens when your brain checks out and your mouth runs on its own script. The store had that specific smell of disinfectant and cardboard and too many people standing under too many lights. The refrigerators in the dairy aisle hummed loud enough to feel like insects at the back of my skull. Somewhere, a kid was crying in that tired, half-hearted way that said both he and his mother had been there too long. I was halfway through ringing up a middle-aged woman with a cart full of produce when something about the line in front of me pulled my focus back into the present. We had 4 registers open. The one next to me had a lighted open sign and no customers at all. At the far end, a guy was moving people through so fast you could see the blur from the corner of your eye. All of those were shorter lines, faster options, But in my lane, 3 people deep, standing behind a couple with a screaming toddler and a college kid buying energy drinks, was Eli. He held a handbasket with exactly 3 things in it: a bottle of generic body wash, a single can of soup, and a pack of gum. He could have been out of there in 2 minutes at any other register. Instead, he was in mine, watching me. He did not look away when I saw him. He lifted his chin in this little nod like we were both in on something. "Next in line," I called out, as the woman gathered her bags and pushed her cart away, wheels squeaking. The college kid with the energy drinks stepped up, dumped his stuff, mumbled something about a student discount. "Beep, beep, beep. Thank you. You're all set. Have a good night." Then it was Eli's turn. He set his 3 items on the belt with exaggerated care, spacing them out even though there was no one behind him yet. He did not look at the gum or the soup. He did not look at the total when it popped up. He just watched me. "Hey man," he said, like we had just seen each other yesterday, even though I could not remember the last time I had been in the same room with him. "Crazy seeing you here all the time." "Yeah," I said, scanning the body wash. "Beep. That's the job." He laughed like I had made a joke. Right. The grind, I feel you." He had that way of filling silence like he was afraid it would smother him if he let it sit. As I reached for the can of soup, he leaned on the little metal divider with his forearms, eyes still fixed on my face. "Crazy that you never invite me when you guys go out, though," he said. "You're always doing stuff." Beep! The soup's price flashed on the screen. "We don't really go out that much," I said, which was half true. "School, work, you know?" "Nah," he said, like he was gently correcting me. "I see you. That bar on 10th? The one with the awful karaoke in the corner? You guys love that place." I paused halfway to the gum. We had been to that bar exactly twice. Once a few months back when Tyler's cousin was in town, and once on a random Wednesday when Deshaun had a coupon a bartender friend had given him. Neither time had ended up online. No posts, no check-ins, no public stories. I felt something cold brush the back of my neck. "Yeah," I said slowly. "We've gone there a couple times." He nodded like he had been there with us. "And that house off Willow? The one with the stupid inflatable flamingo in the yard? You're always over there too." Beep. The gum went over the scanner. My fingers felt clumsy. The house he was talking about was one of those off-campus rentals you only knew about if you knew someone. We were not always there, but we had been there enough for it to feel familiar. No flyers, no campus promotion, just word of mouth. As far as I knew, Eli did not know any of the people who lived there. "That'll be 682, I said, pretending I had not heard the last part. He pulled a crumpled 10 from his hoodie pocket and slid it across, still watching me. The noise of the store pressed in around us. The squeal of cartwheels, the PA announcing some sale, the faint clatter of bottles in the next lane. "You guys ever go to that little taco place behind the gas station?" he asked casually as I handed him his change. "Saw Mason's car there last Friday. Thought about popping in." There was something about the way he said Mason's car that made my chest tighten. He did not say a gray Corolla. He did not say looked like your car. He said it the way you talk about something you have already triple-checked. He tucked the receipts into his pocket without looking at them. He had not bought a bag. He did not seem interested in leaving. "Well," I said, forcing a customer service smile. "Next customer in line?" He took the hint, finally stepping away from the register. But he did not go far. He stopped just past the end of my lane and turned his back to the exit, leaning against a display of potato chips, watching me ring up the next few people. An older man with a cart full of canned food, a girl in scrubs buying microwave dinners, a mom with 2 kids and a mountain of snacks. Beep, beep, beep. Did you find everything okay today? Do you have your rewards card? Would you like paper or plastic? Every time I glanced up, he was still there. His basket already emptied. No reason to linger except to stand in my peripheral vision, smiling too much. When my 15-minute break finally came, I almost sagged with relief. I logged out of my register, slipped off my red vest, and pushed through the swinging door that led to the back room and then out into the alley behind the store. The parking lot was lit by those tall, humming light poles that make everything look bleached out and tired. Someone had left a cart half shoved into the corrals, one wheel stuck up on the curb. The air smelled like exhaust and dumpsters and the weird sweetness of spilled soda. I walked toward the far edge of the lot, where you could see the traffic crawling along I-25 beyond the chain-link fence. Semis roared by in the dark, their headlights sweeping across the asphalt in long, slow arcs. I had just leaned my shoulder against the cart corral, letting my brain decompress, when I heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Man, they work you like a dog here, huh?" Eli's voice said, too close. I turned, and there he was, hands in his hoodie pocket, standing barely an arm's length away. He must have gone out a different door and looped around, or just shadowed me the whole way. Either option made my skin itch. "You're not supposed to be back here," I said. "Customers, I mean. It's kind of employees only." He shrugged, toes scuffing the concrete. "I was just heading out and saw you. Wanted to say hey where it wasn't like, a whole line of people behind me." He stepped closer again, closing the space I had mentally set as a boundary. I could see the little white flecks on his hoodie from the cheap dryer at the student apartments. His eyes were a little too bright in the harsh light. "You guys are really out a lot," he said. "Seems like every time I open my phone, you're somewhere." I'm like, do these dudes ever sleep? I laughed once, not because it was funny, but because I did not know what else to do. "We're not out that much," I said. "You probably just notice when we are." He smiled like he knew something I did not. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I just always know where my friends are, that's all." For a second, neither of us said anything. A semi roared by on the highway, engine growling, air brakes hissing as it changed lanes. The sound rolled over us like a wave and then faded, leaving only the buzz of the parking lot lights and the faint rumble of smaller cars. I remember what I did with that line in the moment. I filed it under weird humor. I told myself he meant it in some vague, sentimental way. "We see each other around. It's a small town. I know the spots you guys like." I did not let myself unpack how specific he had been about everything. The bar, the house, Mason's car at the taco place. We talked for another minute or two about nothing. He said he had to bounce and wandered off toward the far end of the lot, cutting between cars until he disappeared. I went back inside when my break was up, put my vest back on, and finished my shift. If the story had ended there, I would have forgotten that night completely. Just another strange interaction in a job full of them. It did not end there. I am writing this years later, in a different apartment, in a different town, with that same soft hum of appliances around me. When I replay that conversation now, that parking lot under humming lights, Eli standing just a little too close and saying, "I just always know where my friends are," I hear what he was really telling me. Sometime back in sophomore year, during a group project I barely remember, Mason sent Eli a Find My Friends request so they could meet up at the library. I know that now because Mason showed me the screen much later, after Railfest, after the rock, after the closet. The little toggle next to Eli's name had been green ever since. For years. Eli had literally been carrying a live, moving dot of at least one of us in his pocket the entire time. We just did not know it yet. 2.1. The coincidences. Looking back, the thing that scares me most is how long I was willing to call it coincidence. At the time, it was easier to treat Eli like a bad running joke than a problem. He was annoying, sure. He made my skin crawl sometimes. But there is a big gap between annoying guy in your orbit and danger. That gap closed one little coincidence at a time. The first one I remember clearly happened in November, months before Railfest, when the air still had that thin, sharp bite to it, and everyone on campus walked around with red noses and cheap hoodies. It was a Tuesday night. Mason and I were both drowning in assignments, and the Wi-Fi in our apartment had been cutting out all afternoon, so he texted me while I was still at work. Mason, coffee shop? The one across from the tire place. Me. Sure, after my shift. We never said the name. We just called it the one across from the tire place, because it sat on a corner opposite a discount tire shop with a giant, smiling cartoon tire painted on its wall. It was off-campus enough that you usually only saw a couple of students there, the rest being nurses from the clinic down the road, and old guys reading the paper like it was still 1998. When I got there, the sky was already dark. The coffee shop windows glowed warm, framed by strings of yellow lights that buzzed faintly in the cold. Inside, the hiss of the espresso machine drowned out most of the conversation. There was this constant clatter of ceramic cups, the soft whir of the grinder, and whatever indie playlist the barista had queued up that night. I spotted Mason right away at a corner table, laptop open, surrounded by an explosion of notes. He waved me over without looking up from his screen. I ordered a cheap drip coffee and took my seat across from him. The table rocked a little every time I leaned on it. One leg was shorter than the others, and someone had tried to fix it with a folded napkin that kept slipping. "So," Mason said, tapping at his keyboard, "if I fail this paper, I'm blaming you for agreeing to meet instead of telling me to stay home and suffer." "Deal," I said. We fell into that quiet, companionable rhythm of two people working in the same space, but not really talking. The coffee steamed lightly in front of me. Every time the front door opened, the little bell above it chimed, and a draft of cold air snuck in. About 40 minutes in, I felt the tiny hairs on the back of my neck rise before I even registered why. The bell chimed, the door opened, and someone laughed in that too loud way that cuts through every other sound in the room. "No way," a voice said. "You guys here too?" I did not have to turn around to know who it was. The tone was wired into my nerves by then. I glanced up anyway and saw Eli standing just inside the doorway, hands in his hoodie pockets, looking around like he had just stumbled into a surprise party. He was alone. No books, no backpack, just him. Mason's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but he forced a smile. "Hey man," he said. "What's up?" Eli walked over to our table instead of the counter. "I was just out driving," he said. "Thought I'd grab some coffee. Crazy I picked this place and you're both here. Small world, huh?" He said small world like it was a punchline. The line to order was empty. The barista was wiping down the counter. If Eli had really been on his way to get coffee, he would have walked over and ordered. Instead, he pulled out a chair, flipped it around, and straddled it backward between me and Mason, like some substitute teacher in a movie trying to connect with the students. He did not ask if he could sit down. He just did. For the next 20 minutes, I barely touched my keyboard. He talked about nothing and everything. About a class he swore was out to get him. About a girl who had blocked him for no reason. About how dead campus was lately. How nobody does anything fun anymore. He laughed too loudly at his own stories. He swatted Mason's arm when he emphasized a point. He used "we" every time he referred to our plans, even though he had never been invited to half the events he was talking about. I remember watching his face while he talked, wondering who had told him we would be here, running through a list of people and coming up blank. I remember looking at Mason and seeing a flicker of the same question in his eyes. But then the espresso machine screamed again, drowning my thoughts in steam and noise, and I told myself what I always did. Small town, same spots, no big deal. The second coincidence was harder to ignore. This one was in January, late enough into the semester that the campus was coated in that gray slush that never really melted. Tyler had gotten a surprise refund from financial aid and decided the best possible use of that money was pancakes at midnight. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible anyway. My brain was full of deadlines and half-finished thoughts, and the idea of getting in the car and just driving somewhere was the first thing all day that had sounded good. We did not plan it. There was no group chat, no long debate. Tyler walked into my room half-dressed, pulled a hoodie over his head, and said, "Diner run?" And I said, "Yeah." And that was that. The place we went to was a greasy spoon near the highway, the kind of all-night joint that probably looked exactly the same in 1985. Buzzing fluorescent lights, cracked red vinyl booths, a counter lined with spinning stools and a row of old men who all seemed to have merged with their coffee cups years ago. The air inside was thick with the smell of bacon fat and burnt coffee. Somewhere in the back, dishes clanked and the grill hissed. A little tabletop jukebox by the window was playing classic rock low enough that you had to strain to recognize the song. We slid into a booth, our shoes leaving wet streaks of melted snow on the tile. "This is the real college experience," Tyler said, picking up the laminated menu. "Debt, insomnia, and breakfast food at the wrong time of day." I huffed out a laugh, scanning the options, even though I already knew I was going to get the same 3 things I always ordered. My shoulders finally started to unknot. There was something comforting about the hum of the place, the clatter of plates, the unhurried rhythm of a restaurant that never really closed. The bell over the door jingled. I did not look up right away. I was reading about an omelet like it was an important text. Tyler glanced toward the entrance and then froze for a fraction of a second before smoothing his face out again. I followed his line of sight. Eli stood just inside the doorway, shaking slush off his sneakers. He saw us, and his whole face lit up like it was scripted. "Dude," he said. "No way. You guys come here too?" The word "too" stuck in my head like a splinter. He walked over, slipping into the booth beside me before I could shift over or protest. The vinyl squeaked under his weight. We had not told anyone we were coming here. Tyler had barely told me. The idea that this too was just happenstance was starting to feel thin. "Got bored," he said, when we asked what he was doing there. "Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd grab some food and maybe hit the highway for a bit. Clear my head, you know?" The waitress came over, pen poised over her order pad. Eli ordered like he had been here before, asking for a specific kind of omelet and extra crispy hash browns, the way you guys usually make them, even though she did not react like she recognized him. He turned back to us, grinning. "What are the chances, right?" He said it again, fate as a catchphrase. Tyler made some non-committal sound, and buried his face in the menu. Under the table, I felt his leg bounce against mine, a quiet signal that his nerves were not as calm as his expression. We ate. Eli talked. The plates clanked down in front of us. Silverware chimed against ceramic. Somebody laughed too loud at the counter. It should have felt warm and ordinary. It did, on the surface. But every time Eli said crazy timing or guess we're on the same wavelength, something in my gut twisted a little tighter. By the time we paid the check and stepped back out into the freezing air, the weird coincidences had piled up enough in my head that I finally said something. Back in the car, as we scraped frost off the windshield with our sleeves and the defrost fan whined to life, I turned to Tyler. "Okay," I said. "Tell me that's not weird." Tyler snorted. "Of course it's weird," he said. "He is weird." "No, I mean, it's late, we didn't tell anyone, and he just shows up at the same diner, acts like he was already coming." Tyler's breath puffed white in the air as he thought about it. The heater was still blowing cold. The highway hummed a few hundred yards away, low and constant. "Deshaun's going to say he's on DLC stalker mode," Tyler said finally. "But honestly, I don't think it's an accident, man." It was the first time any of us said that out loud. Not awkward, not clingy, not dude needs to get a hint, not an accident. After that, the mood around Eli shifted in ways that probably looked subtle from the outside, but felt huge inside our little group. We did not stop seeing him. He still showed up in places, at random parties, at the back of lecture halls he technically wasn't registered for, in the row behind us at on-campus events, where we had picked our seats 15 minutes after the doors opened. We just started editing ourselves when he was within earshot. If Mason started to say, "We're thinking of going to," and realized Eli was at the edge of the circle, he would cut himself off or change the subject. If Deshaun had a story about a bar or a house we liked, he would leave out the name or the directions. We took small conversations that would have been public and moved them into quieter group chats instead. None of us admitted we were doing it because of him. Not yet. We just laughed it off as less people equals less drama. But every time I caught Eli's eyes flicking from face to face while we talked, like he was trying to soak up information we were not giving him, that little chill would run along my spine. At the time, I still told myself it was only social weirdness. Annoying, maybe a little creepy, but harmless. If there is anything I have learned since, it is how dangerous it is to wait until someone is obviously a threat before you take them seriously. 2. The night at my apartment. My apartment sat about a block off the main road, in one of those skinny two-story buildings that look like they were built as an afterthought. Thin walls, thinner carpet, a view of the parking lot, and the partial backs of 3 different fast food signs, if you leaned far enough over the balcony. On weekends, the street outside turned into a parade of drunk voices and engines. Guys yelling at each other from car windows. Girls laughing too loud into their phones. Somebody dropping a glass bottle that shattered and then rolled under a parked truck. The HVAC unit in the hallway outside our place kicked on and off all night, wheezing like an asthmatic lung. Our upstairs neighbor watched reality TV at a volume that bled down through the ceiling in a constant low murmur. It was not a quiet place, but it was ours. The night Eli really stopped feeling like an inconvenience and started feeling like a problem was, on paper, completely ordinary. It was a Friday in late February. The air had that wet, slushy heaviness that made everything smell like exhaust and melting snow. Mason had gotten off work early. Deshaun had borrowed someone's login for a streaming service we did not have. and Tyler had decided that the best way to ignore his looming midterm was to watch horror movies and drink cheap beer. We did not invite a crowd. It was just supposed to be the four of us. Mason texted the group chat around 7. "Mason, my place. Horror marathon. I have beer and 0 sense of self-preservation." I snapped a quick picture of the coffee table once everyone showed up. Pizza boxes open, cans sweating on old coasters, one of those LED candles flickering in the middle like we had made an altar to bad decisions, and posted it to my private Snapchat story. There were maybe 15 people on that list. Close friends, people I trusted. Eli was not one of them. By 10, the apartment was full of that particular kind of warmth you only get from too many bodies in a small space and too much alcohol in their systems. The horror movie we picked first was one of those possession things with a lot of whispering and sudden loud strings. The TV cast the room in a cold blue light, turning everyone into moving shadows. Outside, drunk students yelled something unintelligible as they passed under our windows. The HVAC in the hall cycled on with a rattling sigh, then off again. Our neighbor's TV upstairs leaked through in patches, some reality show laughter colliding awkwardly with the tension of the movie. We were halfway through the second act, the part where the family is still pretending everything is fine when it clearly is not, when there was a knock on the door. It was not the kind of knock you get from someone who is lost. It was confident, 3 even taps, like the person already knew who was on the other side. Mason got up with a groan, stepping over pillows and empty plates. "If that's the landlord, I'm not here," he said, and swung the door open. "No way," a familiar voice said. "You guys watching this without me?" Eli stood in the doorway, hands tucked into his hoodie pocket, a grin plastered across his face like he had rehearsed it in the hall. "Hey," Mason said, surprise flattening his tone. What's up?" Eli leaned inside, peering over Mason's shoulder at the TV, then at the beer cans, then at the rest of us. "Saw your little movie night on Snap," he said. "Thought I'd swing by. Hope that's cool." "On Snap?" I repeated before I could stop myself. "Yeah," he said, stepping fully into the room without really waiting for an invitation. "Looked fun." My stomach did a slow, ugly twist. That story had been set to private when I posted it. I had double-checked. But right then, with Eli already toeing off his shoes like he lived there, it felt weirdly petty to stand up and say, "You weren't on the list." Deshaun, ever the peacekeeper when things got awkward, slapped the couch cushion next to him. "Grab a spot, man," he said. "We're just getting to the part where everyone pretends not to notice the demon in the corner." Eli dropped down into the open space, which just happened to be between me and the armrest. He smelled faintly like cold air and something sharp under cheap laundry detergent. For the next hour, he was just Eli, laughing too loud, always half a beat off from everyone else. When the movie built tension, he cracked jokes. When it finally hit a scare, he sometimes repeated the character's line at full volume a second after they said it, like we had not heard it properly the first time. He kept quoting scenes as if we had all seen the film a dozen times, even though I was pretty sure he had never mentioned it before. Every so often I thought, I need to ask who forwarded that story to him. Then someone on the screen would scream, or Deshaun would say something that made beer spray out of Mason's nose, and the thought would slide away. By midnight, the second movie was playing more as background noise than anything else. Our conversation had drifted to classes, people we knew, dumb stuff we had done as freshmen. Cans clinked as empty ones rolled on the table. The room smelled like pizza crusts and old tomato sauce. One by one, people started peeling themselves up from the couch. I have to pretend to be a functioning adult at 9, Tyler said, stretching his back until it popped. I'm heading out. Same, Deshaun said. If I do not get at least 4 hours of sleep, my body just shuts down in public. They shuffled toward the door, pulling on shoes, hunting for their jackets in the pile by the wall. Mason went with them to say goodbye in the hall. Eli didn't move. He drifted instead. While the rest of us migrated toward the front door, he slipped silently into the tiny kitchen, leaning his hip against the counter like he had been there 100 times. When I turned back from saying goodbye to Tyler, I saw him there, framed by the yellowish light of the stove hood, casually studying the fridge like it held answers. I walked over, mostly because it was my apartment, and the sight of him alone in my kitchen made something in me bristle. You need water or something? I asked. He smiled like I had just shared a private joke. Nah, I'm good, he said. Just checking the vibes. The vibes, I repeated. He nodded toward the wall clock hanging above the doorway, its plastic frame slightly crooked. You guys always end around now, he said. Even when you say you're going late, you're usually done by like 12:30. The clock's second hand ticked loudly into the quiet, each click a little pinprick in my ears. I didn't realize you had our schedule memorized, I said, aiming for light, landing closer to brittle. He shrugged, eyes drifting around the small space. The hum of the fridge filled the silence between us, low and constant. Out on the street, a car whooshed by, the sound rising and fading through the thin windows. It's not hard, he said. You're pretty predictable. You work Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, morning classes all week except Friday. Your mom never calls before 9 p.m., her time. And she only visits, once a semester? My throat went dry. He was right about the shifts, about the classes, even about my mom's calls. She lived in a different time zone and always rang at the same block of time out of habit. But the visits were what made my skin crawl. My mom's only been here twice, I said slowly. How do you know that? He didn't miss a beat. Just noticing patterns, he said. You're always weirdly quiet on your story those weekends, but the GPS noise changes. Less campus, more mall, more chain restaurants. Then it goes back to normal. Took like 1 second to figure out why. The way he said GPS noise made my stomach clench. The tick of the clock above us suddenly felt deafening. The fridge hummed on, oblivious. I realized my hands were gripping the back of one of the kitchen chairs, hard enough to make my knuckles ache. You pay a lot of attention, I said. He met my eyes, and for once, the grin dropped. What replaced it was not anger, exactly. More like a kind of hungry seriousness, something sharp and focused that I had not seen before. I like knowing where people end up, he said quietly. He let the words sit there, between the ticking clock and the humming fridge and the faint hiss of a car passing outside. No nervous laugh to soften them. No joke tagged on the end. Just that. I like knowing where people end up. For a heartbeat, I had the insane urge to open my mouth and say, "How? How do you know? What are you looking at? What have you installed on our phones?" Instead, I broke eye contact, grabbed 2 empty cans from the counter, and tossed them into the recycling bag a little harder than I needed to. "It's getting late," I said. "I have work in the morning." He smiled again, like we had not just stepped into something raw. "Right," he said. "The grind. I feel you." I walked him to the door. In the hallway, the HVAC unit wheezed to life again, blowing lukewarm air that smelled like dust and other people's cooking. Tyler and Deshaun were already gone. Mason was leaning against the opposite wall, scrolling his phone. "Later," Eli said, stepping past me. He clapped a hand on my shoulder as he went by, fingers pressing just a little too hard. "Text me next time you have a movie night. I hate finding out after the fact." He headed down the stairs without looking back, the door shut with a soft click behind him. Silence rushed in for a second, before reality filled it. The upstairs neighbor's TV laughter, a car bass line thumping faintly outside, the hallway heater groaning. Mason pushed off the wall, slipping his phone into his pocket. "That dude gives me the creeps," he said under his breath. Tyler, still shrugging into his jacket, glanced over. "Speaking of," he said, holding out a hand, "give me your phone for a sec." Mason frowned, but handed it over. "Why?" Tyler's thumbs moved over the screen with the confidence of someone who had spent way too much time fixing other people's settings. "Just checking something," he said. He opened Find My Friends. The list of contacts popped up, familiar names, little circles with initials. He scrolled down, searching, his jaw tightened. "Are you kidding me?" he said. "What?" Mason asked. Tyler turned the screen so we could both see. There, halfway down the list, was Eli's name. Underneath it, in gray letters, "Sharing your location." "You still have this on?" Tyler said. "When did you even turn it on?" Mason squinted. "I don't know," he said. "Some group project forever ago? We were meeting at the library, I think. I forgot about it." "Clearly," Tyler muttered. He tapped on Eli's name. A map popped up, a blinking blue dot for Mason, and another dot, Eli's, somewhere across town, hovering over a cluster of apartments we did not recognize. "So he's just been able to see where you are all the time," I said. My voice came out flatter than I intended. Mason shrugged, trying for casual, but his eyes kept flicking back to the screen. "I mean, it's not like I'm doing anything interesting," he said. "And it's Eli. What's he going to do, show up at my dentist appointment?" Trapped between the weirdness of the kitchen conversation and Mason's nonchalance, I laughed. We all did, because the alternative was acknowledging that something was wrong. Tyler stared at the map for another second, then hit the back button and closed the app. "You should probably turn that off," he said. Mason nodded. Yeah, he said. "I'll do it later. Whatever." He did not do it that night. At that point, none of us understood just how much damage you can do with one small green toggle left on for too long. 2.3. The first time we tried to cut him off. For a while after that night in my kitchen, nothing happened. Classes, shifts at the store, half-finished assignments, the usual swirl of small obligations. Eli slid back to the edges again. We still saw him on campus sometimes. Across the quad, in the back row of a lecture he was not actually enrolled in, hovering near the vending machines like he had nowhere else to be. But he did not corner me at work or show up uninvited at our door. If anything, that made it worse. It gave my brain room to argue with itself. "You are overreacting. He is just awkward. He is just lonely. Everyone overshares now. That is what social media is. So he pays more attention than most." Big deal. The thing that finally forced us to do something was not another conversation with Eli. It was an old notification. We were sitting in the living room one afternoon, a couple of weeks before Railfest, with a basketball game playing low on the TV and 3 open laptops glowing at different brightness levels. The apartment smelled like reheated pizza and the weird chemical citrus of the floor cleaner our landlord insisted we use. Mason's phone buzzed on the coffee table. He picked it up, frowned, and swiped. "Why is my battery dying so fast?" he muttered, tapping through screens. "I just charged this." Because your phone is 10 years old, Tyler said without looking up from his notes. It's not 10 years old, Mason said. It's like 3, 4 tops. Which is 10 in phone years, Deshawn threw in. Mason made a face and kept poking at settings. At some point, he opened the Location Services menu, then, instinctively, the Find My Friends app. I was half watching the game, half pretending to work on an essay, my attention drifting until I heard Tyler's chair creak as he leaned forward. "Hold up," Tyler said. "Scroll back." Mason paused, thumb hovering over the screen. "What?" "Go up," Tyler said, slower. Mason dragged his finger back up the list of names, little initials in circles, some familiar, some half forgotten. When he got to the E's, he hesitated. There it was again. Eli. Underneath, in gray letters, "Can see your location." "How long has that been on?" I asked. Mason squinted, then tapped Eli's name. The app slid into the next screen. A map with Mason's blue dot in the center and a small line of text at the bottom. Sharing since October 2017. I felt my spine go cold. "That's sophomore year," I said. Mason stared at it like distance might change the words. "Group project," he said finally. "We had to meet at the library." He couldn't find it. I sent him a request and forgot to turn it off. "Forgot," Tyler repeated, flat. Deshawn leaned over the back of the couch, peering at the screen. So he's just been sitting there with a U dot in his pocket for, what, a year and a half? "It's just a dot," Mason said, defensive now. "Everyone shares their location with everyone these days. We're not doing anything that exciting." "It's not the exciting part I care about," I said. "It's the part where he knows where you are all the time without you knowing he knows." The room went quiet for a second. On the TV, the crowd roared, and a commentator shouted something about a three-pointer, his voice tinny under the living room's dim light. "Okay," Mason said. "So do I turn it off? Does that make me an asshole?" "Does leaving it on make you not an asshole?" Tyler countered. Mason groaned and dropped his head back against the couch. "I don't know, man. It feels kind of harsh. It's not like I said, 'Hey, stalk me,' and he's just sitting there reloading my location like a psycho." I thought about Eli in my kitchen, listing my work days and my mom's visits like bullet points. I thought about him stepping into the coffee shop saying, "Small world," with that rehearsed surprise. "Maybe you did say that," I said quietly, "by never turning it off." Guilt and violation wrestled in my chest. Part of me felt bad. Turning off the toggle felt like slamming a door in someone's face. The other part kept replaying the sentence. I like knowing where people end up and wondering how many times he had opened that app while I walked alone to my car at midnight. "We don't even know if he uses it," Deshawn said. "For all we know, he forgot too." Tyler snorted. "You ever see Eli forget anything about us?" he said. "Dates, places, who was where? Come on." The debate circled itself for a while. We were good at that, spinning in place, making jokes to avoid the center. "Okay," Mason said finally, sitting up. "Compromise. We leave it on for like a week. We test it. If it's nothing, cool. If it feels like something, I'll turn it off." "How do you test something like that?" I asked. Mason's eyes lit up with a familiar, dangerous kind of curiosity. "We pick somewhere random," he said. "Somewhere we never go. We talk about it in the group chat, and we see if he shows up." Deshawn grinned. "Science," he said. "I'm in." Tyler looked uneasy, but he nodded. I sat there for a few seconds, staring at the little map on Mason's phone, Eli's dot nowhere visible at that zoom level, and felt that mix of dread and the stupid, youthful urge to poke the thing that scares you just to prove it is real. Fine, I said. Let's do it. 2 nights later, we found ourselves sitting in a cracked red vinyl booth at a truck stop diner off the highway we had never once visited before. This was not the cozy place Tyler and I had gone to on a whim. This one was more utilitarian, a place built to feed people who drove for a living, not students looking for atmosphere. Harsh fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The air smelled like fryer oil distilled into pure exhaustion. Outside, semis idled in the lot, their engines rumbling deep enough to vibrate through the floor. Through the streaked windows, I could see the outline of the gas pumps, the giant canopy lit in harsh white, bugs orbiting the fixtures like tiny suicidal satellites. Inside, a small radio on a shelf near the kitchen window played classic rock low enough that you had to strain to catch it over the hiss of the grill. Plates clanked. Somewhere behind the counter, a timer beeped and was slapped off. We had chosen this place on purpose. Mason texted the group chat an hour before. Mason, late night study break, truck stop diner on 39, 11:30. Deshaun, LOL, we desperate now, Ty. Sure me. Sounds good. We did not mention the name in case anyone else saw our phones. We just picked a mile marker and went. As far as any of us could remember, we had never talked about this diner around Eli. It was far enough from campus that most students did not bother with it. We took a booth facing the door. That was deliberate too. So, Deshaun said loudly as the waitress poured coffee into chipped white mugs. If this is all in our heads, we're going to feel really stupid. I already feel stupid, Tyler muttered, wrapping his hands around his cup like it would anchor him. I have 3 chapters to read, and I'm out here conducting a social experiment. I stirred sugar into my coffee, watching the door. 10 minutes passed, then 15. The waitress brought us fries and onion rings in little plastic baskets lined with wax paper. The oil hissed on the grill. The radio crooned something from a decade we had never lived through. At 20 minutes, I felt my grip on the whole idea start to loosen. Maybe he did not see the text. Maybe he saw it and did not care. Maybe he had plans. Maybe he was at home, asleep in front of some crappy movie, completely unaware that we were sitting here waiting for him like paranoid idiots. I took a bite of a fry that burned the roof of my mouth and tried to picture Eli doing anything that did not involve us. You know, I started. Maybe he... The bell above the diner door chimed. Cold air rushed in, bringing with it the faint smell of diesel and night. The 3 of us went quiet at the same time, our heads turning toward the entrance in weird, slow unison. Eli stood in the doorway, framed by the bright rectangle of the gas station lights behind him. For a beat, his face was unreadable. Then it cycled through something like confusion, like recognition, like delight, landing on the same, wow, what are the chances? Smile he always seemed to wear when he found us. No way, he said, stepping inside and letting the door swing shut behind him. You guys come here too? He said too again, like this was his spot and we had intruded. He walked over before any of us could answer, hands tucked into the pocket of his hoodie. I was just filling up, he said, nodding vaguely toward the window, where we could not see any of the cars clearly through the glare. Saw this place and thought, man, I could destroy some fries right now. And look, he gestured at our baskets. Great minds. My mouth tasted like grease and something metallic. Small world, Mason managed. Eli slid into the booth next to him, uninvited. The vinyl squeaked. Somewhere behind the counter, the cook flipped something on the grill with a wet slap. We did not mention the group chat. We did not mention the test. We made conversation like normal. If anything about that night could be called normal. We talked about classes, about the weather, about a professor who had gone on a 10-minute rant about cell phones in lecture. Eli laughed in the right places, but his eyes kept flicking from face to face, like he was waiting for one of us to slip. Every time the bell over the door rang for another customer, I jumped. By the time we paid the check and stepped back out into the cold, my nerves were so frayed that the roar of the trucks in the lot felt like static in my skull. The drive home was quieter than usual. The heater in Mason's car wheezed. The tires hummed against the highway. The glow from the dashboard cast everyone's faces in washed-out green. "So," Deshaun said finally, staring through the windshield. Science says he knew exactly where we were," Tyler replied. Mason just gripped the wheel a little tighter, the muscles in his forearms tense. No one mentioned that a part of all of us had wanted to be wrong about him. Back at the apartment, the familiar smells and sounds of home, neighbors' TV, the faint rattle of our fridge, the distant whoosh of cars on the main road, did not feel as comforting as they usually did. Mason dropped his keys in the bowl by the door and sank onto the couch. His phone buzzed on the table, screen lighting up with some notification he ignored. Then, with a sudden, decisive motion, he picked it up and opened "Find My Friends." I watched from the other end of the couch as he scrolled to Eli's name. Tyler stepped closer, the room's lamplight reflecting off the black glass. There it was again. "Can see your location." Mason stared at it for a long second. His thumb hovered just above the screen. "Guess we proved the point," he said quietly. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears. "We did." He tapped Eli's name. The option menu slid up, white against gray. "Stop sharing location." For such a big choice, it was such a small line of text. Mason inhaled, exhaled, and pressed his thumb down. There was the slightest haptic bump, just a little vibration from the phone, a faint click of glass against plastic as the toggle slid from on to off. The sound reminded me of a lock turning on a door, one you could not see. On the screen, the text changed. "You are no longer sharing your location with Eli." I could not help it. My mind tried to picture the other side of that sentence. Somewhere else in town, maybe in a dark bedroom lit only by a phone screen, maybe in a car parked under a streetlight, maybe in some cramped off-campus room full of laundry and empty energy drink cans. I imagined Eli staring at his own map. I imagined our little dot in his app, the one he had been watching for over a year, suddenly graying out, then vanishing. I did not know it then, sitting there in the familiar clutter of my living room, the heater rattling awake in the wall, the fridge humming like always, my friends just a few feet away. But that soft, electronic click, Mason's thumb cutting that invisible line, was the sound of something else waking up. That was the moment the story really started. 3.1. Planning the last big weekend. A few weeks after the truck stop diner, life folded back into its usual shape. Midterms came and went in a blur of highlighters and late-night coffee. The snow that had been piled in gray, stubborn ridges along the sidewalks finally melted into dirty streams that ran down the gutters. The air warmed just enough that people started pretending it was summer, walking around in shorts even though the wind still had teeth. Campus felt different in that way it always does toward the end of spring semester. The sunlight had a harder edge to it, like it was reflecting off the fact that this was it for a lot of us. Seniors walked a little slower past the administration building. Every flyer suddenly had the word "last" on it. Last concert, last intramural game, last open mic, last chance. In our apartment, the mood shifted too. Finals were still far enough away that we could ignore them, but close enough that ignoring them felt like a choice. People talked more about what came next: job interviews, moving trucks, the possibility of ending up back in your childhood bedroom if everything fell apart. Mason decided very loudly that we needed one last big weekend before all of that started. "It's tradition," he said, even though it wasn't. "You graduate, you do something dumb. That's how you close the chapter." We were in the living room on a Thursday afternoon, blinds half open to let in the thin strip of sunlight that made the dust floating in the air visible. Someone had left a cup with half-melted ice on the table, and every time I shifted, the cubes clinked softly against the glass. Mason had his laptop open, balanced on one knee. Google Maps spread across the screen in that familiar pale gray. A blue line already drawn north from our town along I-25. Exits marked in green. Little gas station icons blinking in clusters. "So we get on at 223, he said, tracing the route with his finger like we hadn't driven that highway 100 times. "We stop here for gas." He tapped an exit about halfway up. "Because it's cheaper there and I refuse to pay city prices. Then it's straight shot into Party Central." "Party Central," Tyler repeated from the armchair, deadpan. His own laptop was open to a study guide, but he had not scrolled down in 10 minutes. "Railfest," Mason said, rolling his eyes. "Call it what it is." On the coffee table, my own computer screen showed an event page full of oversaturated photos from previous years. Balconies packed with people in tank tops and snapbacks. Cops on bikes weaving between crowds. Somebody crowd surfing over a sea of upraised hands, a blurry grin on their face. 3 hours, maybe 3.5 with traffic, Mason went on. "We leave Friday after class. We get up there before it gets too insane. We crash at Laura's." Easy. Laura was his cousin. She went to the big university that hosted Railfest, lived a few blocks off the main strip in an apartment that was technically meant for 2 people, and actually held 4 at any given time. We had met her once when she came down to visit our campus. She'd seemed laid back enough, the kind of person who managed to be both perpetually amused and somehow in control of everything around her. "Did you ask if we can actually stay there?" I asked. Mason waved a hand. "It's Laura," he said. "She told me last year if I ever wanted to come up, I had a spot on the floor. Besides, it's Railfest. People are sleeping on bathtubs. We'll be luxury." "We're going to be grout," Deshaun said from the floor, where he was lying on his back, tossing a stress ball at the ceiling and catching it with one hand. "We're going to be part of the tile." "We'll bring pizza and beer as tribute," Mason said. "It'll be fine." Outside, off-campus traffic hummed along the main road, a constant low rush under everything. Every now and then, the sound of a motorcycle cut through, higher and sharper, before blending back into the general noise. The HVAC in the building cycled on with a dull thump in the walls, then settled into a steady whoosh through the vents. It should have felt tense, planning something like that with everything that had been happening. Instead, in that moment, the horror part of my life seemed to recede to the edges. The diner test felt like a weird story more than a warning. Turning off the location sharing felt like a victory we had already tucked away. We had not seen Eli since that night. No surprise drop-ins. No chance encounters at the store or the coffee shop. His silence had stretched long enough that my brain had started trying to file him under lesson learned instead of active problem. "So," Mason said, clicking to another tab, Laura says there's a pizza place on the corner that does massive slices for $5. We get like 2 of those each. We're good. No blowing money at bars where the drinks are half ice. Are we just not drinking? Deshawn asked, propping himself up on his elbows. Oh no, we're drinking, Mason said. We just bring our own. If I'm going to ruin my liver, I'm not tipping $8 a beer to do it. Tyler's keyboard clacked quietly as he typed something. We also need to not get pulled over on the way back, he said. I am not trying to explain a cooler full of empties to a state trooper. We'll rotate drivers, Mason said. We're responsible idiots. The conversation seesawed between practical and stupid. Talk of splitting gas money. Jokes about drawing straws to see who got the premium spot on Laura's floor, the corner farthest from the bathroom. Someone suggested bringing an air mattress. Someone else pointed out there would be nowhere to put it. Ice clicked in the abandoned cup every time the table jolted. My fingers tapped an idle rhythm on the laptop keys, making that soft clack-clack overlay the low buzz of the room. It felt like any other dumb college planning session. If you muted the internal monologue in my head, the part that remembered a truck stop and a line about knowing where people ended up, it could have been any other group of seniors deciding to squeeze one more cliché out of their time before graduation. At some point, while Mason was arguing with Deshawn about whether we needed to bring our own pillows, my phone buzzed against my thigh. I slid it out of my pocket without thinking, thumb already swiping up to check the notification. A direct message request sat at the top of my screen. The profile picture was small, a blurry shot of a face you could not quite make out if you did not already know who it was. The name was just his first, no last initial. The message preview read, "Big plans for the weekend?" My stomach lurched in that quiet, internal way that does not show on your face but changes the way the world sounds for a second. The room around me was exactly the same. The TV off, sunlight strip on the carpet, ice in the glass, traffic outside. But everything felt slightly out of focus. The hum of cars seemed farther away. The ticks of the HVAC system got sharper. I opened the message, even though I already knew what it said in full. Big plans for the weekend? No context, no greeting. Just that, sent less than a minute ago. I stared at the timestamp. We had not posted anything about Railfest yet. The only reason to suspect anything was coming was if you were already watching our patterns. End of midterms. Warmer weather. The year before graduation, all the little pieces that added up to something he assumed we would do. Or maybe it was just another coincidence. You good? Tyler asked quietly from the chair, noticing something in my expression. Yeah, I lied, flipping the phone face down on my knee. Spam. I could feel the shape of the winky emoji in the dark behind the glass. Anyway, Mason was saying, oblivious. We leave after your last class, right? That way we miss the worst of rush hour. Right, I said, even though I had not really heard the question. I did not answer Eli. I did not show anyone the message right then, because the fragile normalcy of that planning session felt like something I did not want to puncture preemptively. Later, when I did bring it up, we all settled on the same strategy without needing a formal vote. We would ignore it. Pretend we had not seen it. Pretend not responding was just laziness, not a choice. Maybe, we told ourselves, if we stopped feeding whatever this was, it would starve out. Out in the street, a car revved too loud, then sped away. The sound faded into the steady hum of everything else, the same way my unease faded into the buzz of planning. Routes, playlists, what time to leave, what to bring. It felt in that moment, more like a background worry than a warning. That is the problem with horror when you are living it. You almost never recognize the chapter break until you are already in the next one. 3.2. The drive north. We left on a Friday that felt more like the start of summer than the middle of April. The sky was one of those two clear blues that make everything look flatter than it really is. The wind had finally dropped, so the air just kind of sat there, warm on your face and a little dusty in your throat. The parking lot outside our building shimmered faintly where the sun hit old oil stains. Mason's gray Corolla looked smaller than I remembered once we actually loaded it. The trunk was packed to the point of rebellion, backpacks wedged sideways, a cheap plastic cooler wedged on top, sleeping bags crammed into whatever cracks were left. Someone had insisted on bringing a folding camp chair just in case, and it stuck out at an angle that made it impossible to close the lid properly until we all put our weight into it. "Perfect," Mason said, slamming the trunk, like we planned it. "We did not plan it," Tyler said, shouldering his smaller bag. "We absolutely eyeballed it and hoped." "Same thing," Mason replied. By the time the four of us actually crammed into the car, it felt like we were fitting puzzle pieces into a box half their size. Mason in the driver's seat, hands already drumming on the steering wheel. Tyler in the passenger seat, a stack of printed directions he did not need in his lap because Mason refused to trust his phone's GPS alone. Deshaun and I in the back, knees braced against the front seats, the cooler occupying most of the space between us like a chaperone. The Corolla's interior smelled like old coffee, air freshener, and the faint, lingering sour of cheap beer from some previous night. The dashboard was cracked in one corner. The radio display flickered if you hit a pothole too hard. "Gentlemen," Mason said, putting the key in the ignition with a little flourish. "This is either a great idea or the dumbest thing we've done so far." "That is a wide range," I said. The engine coughed, caught, and settled into its familiar low grumble. The half-broken speakers crackled to life as Mason jammed at his phone, pulling up a Spotify playlist he'd named Railfest or Bust. The first song blasted into the car half a second later, louder than any of us were ready for. The bass rattled something in the glove compartment. Tyler winced and turned the volume down with a quick twist of the knob. "Blasphemy," Mason said. "You're already killing the vibe." "I'm keeping us from going deaf before we hit the on-ramp," Tyler shot back. Mason laughed, threw the car into reverse, and we backed out into the slow crawl of off-campus traffic. Getting from our town to the bigger city up north mostly meant submitting yourself to I-25. The on-ramp curved up and around, giving us a wide, brief view of the strip malls, fast food signs, and bare trees we saw every day, before depositing us into the river of cars heading north. The highway spread out in front of us in 3 lanes of sun-bleached asphalt, lines worn and repainted so many times they made faint ghosts of their former selves. On either side, the land opened into dry fields patched with stubborn brown grass, and beyond that, the mountains rose up, still snow-capped in places, jagged and distant, like they belonged to a different state completely. Billboards broke up the view every mile or so, injury lawyers with forced smiles and phone numbers in huge block text. Casinos promising loose slots and big payouts, with pictures of people holding stacks of chips. A religious message here and there. Stark white letters on black. "He is watching." "Creepy," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else as we passed that one. Inside the car, the soundscape settled into something almost hypnotic. The playlist cycled from throwback hip-hop to pop to some EDM track Mason insisted was essential Railfest prep. The speakers never quite handled the bass right. Everything vibrated a little around the edges. Wind hissed around the old door seals, a soft pressure that rose and fell with our speed. Every time we hit a rough patch of pavement, a low vibration ran up through the floor, making the loose coins in the cup holder jingle. Deshaun alternated between rapping along horribly offbeat and using the top of the cooler as a drum. Tyler had one foot pressed against the dashboard, thumbing through his phone for alternate routes at random just to annoy Mason. "Dude, stop," Mason said, glancing over. "We're not taking some tiny farm road just because Google says it's 3 minutes faster." That's how horror movies start. "Thought you liked horror," I said. "In movies," he replied. "Not on the side of some random county road with no cell service and a guy with a hook hand." "Weirdly specific," Deshaun commented. We drove. Time stretched and folded in that way it only does on road trips when you are halfway between boredom and anticipation. The campus, the city, the grocery store, all of it slid into the rear view and shrank until it was just background. We passed semis that sounded like distant thunder as they roared by, their wind wake tugging at the Corolla slightly. We got stuck briefly behind an RV that listed to one side and smelled like overheated brakes before Mason found a gap and slipped around it. Around an hour in, a familiar set of logos started appearing on the signs. Gas stations, fast food chains. Mason turned the music down a little and slapped the steering wheel in victory. "Food," he announced, "and fuel. And," he added, glancing in the rear view at the cooler, "ice." The exit we took spat us into one of those combo lots where a gas station and a Taco Bell share an asphalt kingdom. The pavement was a patchwork of old repairs, dark rectangles and faded lines. Sunlight bounced off windshields, forcing me to squint as we rolled between rows of parked cars. Mason pulled up to a pump. The engine ticked as it cooled when he shut it off. Outside, the air was hotter than it had felt on campus, absorbing and re-radiating off the concrete. It smelled like gasoline, fried food, and hot rubber. We piled out with that stiff-legged stagger that comes from being folded into a small car too long. The world felt weirdly too big for a second. Trucks rumbled past on the road beyond the lot, their sound blending with the distant hum of the highway. "I'll start filling," Mason said, taking his card out. "You guys handle the gourmet Mexican cuisine." "I'm getting like 4 burritos," Deshaun said. "2 for now, 2 for future me." "Future you is going to hate present you," Tyler said. We headed inside. The gas station's automatic doors sighed open, letting out a burst of artificially cooled air that smelled like sugar, cleaner, and that vague chemical lemon every convenience store uses. The soda fridges hummed in a row. The slushy machine churned slowly, the plastic dome fogging from the cold inside. Taco Bell was tacked onto one side like an afterthought, a counter with a glowing menu above it and a few metal tables bolted to the floor. The line was short, just a bored-looking guy in a high-vis vest and a woman with 2 kids arguing over whether they were getting tacos or nachos. We ordered more food than made sense, paid, and stood off to the side while they assembled it. The smell of grilled tortillas and seasoned meat spreading out in a warm cloud. "Don't forget ice," I reminded Tyler. "If we show up with warm beer, Laura's going to make us sleep outside." Tyler rolled his eyes but grabbed a bag on our way back through the store, the plastic crinkling loudly in his hands. The ice inside crackled and shifted when he swung it over his shoulder. As we walked back toward the car, squinting against the glare bouncing off hoods and windshields, something to my left snagged my attention. A few pumps over, a black sedan sat at an angle, driver's side facing away from us. The paint job was clean, but not new. The kind of mid-price, forgettable car you see 100 times a day without registering. I might not have looked twice if it weren't for the guy leaning against the rear quarter panel. He wore a dark hoodie, hood down, head slightly bowed as he scrolled through his phone. His hair was messy in that particular way I had seen too many times, like it had been half-combed and abandoned. Cheap sneakers, hands tucked in pockets between texts. From this distance, I could not see his face clearly, just the shape of his jaw, the angle of his shoulders. But my brain filled in the rest before I could stop it. My steps slowed. Tyler kept walking, oblivious, the bag of ice thumping against his leg. The guy looked up briefly, as if he had felt someone's gaze. The sun hit the windshield just right in that moment, a flash of white glare that made me raise a hand to shield my eyes. For half a second, every detail blurred. By the time the light shifted and I could see again, the sedan's brake lights had flared red. The engine revved. The car pulled away from the pump with a smooth, practiced turn, blending into the line of vehicles heading back toward the exit. The spot where it had been a moment earlier was just empty pavement, a dark rectangle of shadow where the car's shape had blocked the sun. "Yo!" Deshaun called from ahead. "You coming, or you gonna move in with the slushy machine?" I realized I was standing still in the middle of the lane, the to-go bag warm in my hand, the faint smell of taco grease curling up around me. "Yeah," I said, forcing my feet to move. "Just spaced out." Back at the Corolla, Mason had finished pumping gas and was leaning over the hood, scribbling the mileage down on a notepad he kept in the glove box for tax purposes, even though none of us were sure how that worked. "Food?" he asked, eyes lighting up at the sight of the bag. "Ice," Tyler added, dropping the bag with a wet thunk next to the open trunk so we could repack the cooler. I hesitated, looking back at the pumps. The black sedan was gone. A pickup had taken its place. The driver hunched over, credit card in hand, staring at the pump screen like it had personally offended him. It could have been anyone. There are a lot of dark hoodies in the world, a lot of messy haircuts, a lot of forgettable sedans. He has no way to track us anymore, I told myself. Mason turned it off. This is just what you do now. See patterns where there are none. I shook myself once, like I could dislodge the unease clinging to the back of my neck, and climbed into the back seat. The doors shut with that familiar, soft thump. The music came back up. The car filled again with the smell of food and the mingled noise of wind and speakers and our own voices. As we pulled back onto the highway, the gas station shrank in the rearview mirror until it was just another anonymous cluster of lights along the edge of the road. I did not mention the black sedan. Not then. It felt, in that moment, easier to blame the flicker in my chest on paranoia than to say out loud that for a few seconds in a parking lot off I-25, I had been sure Eli was watching us leave. 3.3, Arrival and the Social Media Ghost. By the time the skyline of the bigger city came into view, the sun was starting to lower enough to turn everything gold. What had been open fields and billboards along I-25 slowly thickened into overpasses, warehouses, and clusters of apartments stacked like shoeboxes. The closer we got to campus, the more the traffic changed from commuters to students. Cars crammed with people in sunglasses and tank tops, windows down even though the air was still cool, music leaking out in overlapping waves. "Welcome to Bad Decisions," Deshaun said, resting his chin on the cooler and looking out the side window. We took the exit that led toward the university district. The streets narrowed, lined with old houses that had been chopped into rentals and newer, boxy apartment complexes trying to look sleek and failing. Every block felt more crowded than the last. Music bled out of almost every open window we passed. Bass thumped so hard from some houses that you could feel it in your chest even with the doors closed. People leaned on balcony railings with red cups in their hands, shouting down to friends on the sidewalk. Someone on a third-floor balcony screamed, "Rail Fest!" like it was a battle cry, and half the street answered back. Police cars crawled along at 5 miles per hour, lights off but presence obvious. Their radios crackled faintly through cracked open windows. Every now and then, a PA system barked a generic warning about noise or crowding that nobody seemed to hear. "Okay," Mason muttered, eyes flicking between the rearview mirror, the windshield, and the mess of cars at every intersection. Laura said her place is 2 blocks west of campus and 1 block north of the main drag. Translation, Tyler said, "There is no parking." He was not wrong. We circled the block where Laura's address was supposed to be. The street was a solid line of parked vehicles, sedans, trucks, SUVs with out-of-state plates, all of them wedged snugly into every legal and some illegal space. Driveways were blocked with people double-parked just for a second. Students in bright Railfest shirts walked between cars without looking, trusting drivers to slam on their brakes. "There," I said once, spotting a minivan with its reverse lights on. "That spot." Mason pulled up halfway, waiting. The minivan eased out, leaving a gap that might fit us with an inch to spare on either side. Before Mason could start the turn, a small red hatchback darted around us from behind, tires squealing a little, and slid into the space nose first. "Seriously?" Mason snapped, hand flying to the horn. He caught himself at the last second and laid off, jaw flexing. "Okay, fine, karma or whatever." We tried again, block after block. Each almost empty space turned out to have a motorcycle tucked in the shadows, or a sign that said, "Resident permit only, tow away zone," in letters that felt louder than the music pounding from nearby houses. People shouted across the street over our hood. A guy in a tank top stumbled off the curb, nearly falling on the front of the Corolla, then gave us a sloppy thumbs up before weaving away. Somewhere glass broke and a chorus of "woo" followed, like the sound itself had scored points. Inside the car, Mason's patience thinned one muttered swear at a time. "If one more person steals a spot from me..." "We're not getting arrested for road rage before we even get there," Tyler said. "Breathe." After what felt like half an hour of driving in increasingly tight, slow circles, we surrendered. "Okay," Mason said, exhaling hard. "We park ugly and walk." "Define ugly," Deshawn said. "Strip mall," Mason answered. "Laura said there's one a couple blocks away that probably won't tow you unless you leave your car overnight and block all the spaces. We'll risk it." The strip mall sat a little downhill from the main chaos, tucked behind a row of taller buildings. By comparison, it felt almost calm. Almost. The lot was lit by tall sodium vapor lamps that gave everything that tired, orange-yellow cast, like an old photo. A nail salon, a vape shop, a laundromat, and a liquor store lined one side, their windows glowing weakly. A grocery outlet and an empty storefront sat on the other. A few carts from the grocery store lay abandoned near the edge of the lot, wheels clicking and clattering when the occasional gust of wind nudged them. Mason pulled into a row near the back, far from the actual businesses, but not so far we looked like we were hiding. "Perfect," he said again, throwing the car into park. "We were going to walk anyway. It's part of the authentic Railfest experience." "The authentic experience is getting towed," Tyler muttered, looking at the faded sign that said, customer parking only. Violators will be towed at the far end of the lot. We're customers as soon as we buy something from the liquor store, Mason said. See? Loophole. We unloaded with the kind of chaotic efficiency you only get when you are in everyone else's way. Backpacks slung over shoulders, cooler handles gripped tight, sleeping bags wedged under arms. The night air was cooler now, but the heat from the day still radiated up from the asphalt. Somewhere behind the strip mall, a dumpster lid slammed. A shopping cart rolled lazily into a concrete bumper with a hollow bang. "Let's go before someone sees us and decides we're easy parking ticket money," Deshawn said. We started the walk uphill toward where Laura's apartment was supposed to be. The city noise rising as we got closer, the sounds stacked, music from a dozen houses, voices echoing between buildings, the occasional crackle of a police radio, the chant of someone drunk trying to get a call and response going. I shifted the cooler in my grip and felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I fished it out one-handed, thumb swiping the screen awake. In the chaos of notifications, group texts, social media pings, a campus email I ignored, I tapped open Snapchat by habit. The camera popped up first, catching a shaky shot of the sidewalk and the edge of someone's shoe. I flicked to the right, more out of muscle memory than intention, to the tab where the app showed suggested friends and quick ad options. The list reshuffled itself in front of my eyes, little cartoon bitmojis appearing and disappearing as the algorithm did whatever math it does behind the scenes. And then one of them froze my brain. It was a little avatar in a dark hoodie, hair messily spiked, standing next to a tiny ghost icon. Underneath the name, just his first, because of course he had never bothered with anything more, was a small gray tag. It said the name of the city we were in. Not our campus town, not some generic nearby. The actual name of this place, as casually displayed as if he had checked into a coffee shop. For a second, the sounds around me, bass, laughter, shouting, the dull hum of a passing car, went muffled and distant, like someone had put their hands over my ears. We were not friends on Snapchat. Not anymore. After my kitchen and the diner and the DM, I had gone through and stripped him from anything that had even a chance of sharing more than I wanted. I had double-checked that he was gone from my friends list, but here he was, dropped into my quick ad like some kind of digital ghost, hovering there because the app had decided we might know each other, or because we were in the same place. I stared at the tiny tag under his Bitmoji. The city's name felt heavier than it should have, like an accusation. He should not know we are here, I thought. We turned off the location. We didn't post our plans. We ignored the message. "Hey," Tyler said, voice closer than I expected. "You got it?" I realized I had stopped walking. The cooler handle dug into my fingers. The orange glow from the parking lot lights was still visible behind us. Ahead, the neon of the liquor store sign flickered in red and blue. "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding flat in my own ears. Without giving myself time to think, I locked the screen and shoved the phone back into my pocket like that would somehow shove the reality away with it. "Glitch," I told myself. "It's just pulling from your contacts. It doesn't mean anything. He could have posted from here days ago, or he's not actually here, or he is." "Come on," Mason called from a few steps ahead, cooler bag over one shoulder, his laugh blending into the street noise. "We need to buy our way into Laura's good graces before the lines get stupid." We walked the last block toward the liquor store. Its sign buzzed above us, neon tubes stuttering between bright and dim. The light painted the sidewalk in pulsing stripes of red and white. flashing over faces as people moved past the entrance. A group of students in matching Railfest shirts shoved out through the door as we approached, bottles clinking in their plastic bags, voices echoing off the glass. For a second, framed in that stuttering light, every face looked like it could have been his. I tightened my grip on the cooler, ducked my head, and followed my friends under the flickering neon, the bell above the liquor store door jangling as we stepped inside. Behind us, out in the dark crush of the city, my phone stayed silent. I did not pull it out again, but the knowledge sat there, heavy and undeniable. Whatever distance we thought we had put between ourselves and Eli, it had just collapsed to 0. 4.1. Under the neon liquor stores, all kind of smell the same once you notice it. Harsh, cleaner, old cardboard. A thin layer of spilled beer soaked into the grout where the mop never quite reaches. This one was no different. The bell over the door jingled when we stepped inside, cutting off the muffled chaos of Railfest for a second. The air was cooler in here, almost aggressively so. The AC working overtime against the press of bodies that had been rotating through all afternoon. Harsh white lights buzzed overhead, unforgiving on everything they touched. Every bottle on every shelf threw sharp little reflections, labels glowing like cheap stained glass. A low, barely there country song crackled out of hidden speakers, the twang of the guitar fighting with the faint rattle of the ancient ceiling unit. To our right, a row of glass-doored fridges hummed, their motors vibrating a little under our feet. Condensation beaded on the inside of the doors, running down in twitchy, uneven trails. Behind the glass, cases of beer and hard seltzer were stacked with the kind of chaotic precision only college town liquor stores have mastered. "Divide and conquer," Mason said, already veering toward the beer section. "We need something cheap, something that won't kill us, and something that will make Laura like us." "Those are conflicting goals," Tyler pointed out, but he followed. I drifted toward the aisle with the vodka and other clear mistakes. The shelves here were a mix of recognizable brand names and labels that looked like they had been designed in Microsoft Paint. The cheaper stuff sat at waist level, big plastic jugs with names that sounded almost familiar if you squinted. I wrapped my fingers around a bottle that felt like it would do the job, cheap but not bottom shelf enough to peel paint, and lifted it off the metal rack. The plastic made a faint squeak as it left the shelf. Somewhere behind me, a fridge door opened with a soft suction sound and then thunked shut. From the front of the store, near the big plate glass window that faced the strip mall lot, I heard Mason mutter, low and sharp, "Oh, hell no!" The tone dropped straight through my ribs. I turned, bottle still in hand. He was standing half a step back from the window, six-pack hanging limp at his side, eyes fixed on something outside. Tyler was next to him, his expression frozen somewhere between disbelief and resignation. I followed their line of sight. Outside, under the flickering neon sign and the jaundiced wash of the parking lot lights, someone stood just out of the doorway's direct glare, hands in the pocket of a dark hoodie, shoulders relaxed, head tilted slightly down, as if he were just watching the sidewalk, not the door. From where I stood, I could see the reflection of his shape in the glass, a dark cutout against the orange-lit concrete, like someone had taken a knife to the surface of the night. He lifted his head a fraction, and even through the layers of glass and glare, I recognized the face that came into focus. Eli. We had spent hours on the road, changed cities, submerged ourselves in a different campus's chaos. Every part of my brain had filed him under problem back home, not thing that can appear in the window of a liquor store 3 hours away. For a second, my brain tried to reject what my eyes were telling it. That specific hollow confusion hit first. The feeling you get when someone from one part of your life shows up in another, like a coworker at your childhood grocery store. The geography of your world bends wrong. Then disbelief started to crack, and something else seeped in behind it. Anger, sharp and hot, laced with a very specific dread. He should not know we're here. He should not be standing there like he had just stepped out for air and happened to notice us. The bell over the door jingled again as a group of students pushed out, laughing too loud, bottles clinking in their plastic bags. Eli stepped aside to let them pass, nodding at something one of them said. Then, without looking directly at the window, he shifted his weight and drifted closer to the door. Mason must have felt our eyes on him, because he finally tore his gaze away, looked back at us, and swore under his breath again. "This is not happening," he said. But it was. We paid because there was nothing else to do in that exact second that did not involve causing a scene in front of a bored clerk and 10 other customers. The scanner beeped dully as our bottles slid over its glass. The clerk's long acrylic nails clacked against the register keys. A receipt printed with a mechanical whir. I shoved the vodka into the plastic bag, fingers stiff, and followed Mason and Tyler toward the exit. The closer we got, the louder the outside noise got. Bass thumping from somewhere down the block, voices ricocheting off brick, a siren wailing half-heartedly in the distance. The bell rang as we opened the door. Eli was right there, just off to the side, leaning back against the brick with one foot up behind him, like he had been practicing the pose. "Dude," he said, and his voice hit me harder than I expected. "No way. You guys came up for Railfest too?" He pushed off the wall and fell into step with us as we crossed from the pool of door light back into the sodium orange of the lot. Like there was not even a question of whether he was part of whatever came next. My mouth opened, then closed. Confusion, disbelief, anger, dread. They all stacked up at once and jammed. Mason found his words first. "What are you doing here?" he asked. His voice was quiet, tight, the way it got when he was trying very hard not to say something louder. Eli laughed, that too loud bark that bounced off the glass storefronts and made a couple of heads turn. "Railfest?" he said, like it was obvious. "Everybody's here. I told you I was thinking about coming up this year." "No," Mason said. "You didn't." Eli waved a hand, dismissing the correction. "Maybe not out loud," he said, "but like you had to know. You guys talked about it constantly." The cracked sidewalk under our feet made our steps sound louder than they should have. Crunch of gravel, scuff of rubber. Somewhere nearby, a cart clattered as it hit a bump. "Why are you guys so surprised to see me?" he added, turning his head to look at each of us in turn. "You're acting like you saw a ghost." The word ghost made something unpleasant twist in my chest. My hand tightened around the liquor bag until the plastic squealed. Tyler shot Mason a look over Eli's shoulder. An unspoken question. A silent, "Did you tell him?" Mason's jaw clenched. "Nobody told you we were coming," he said, "because we didn't want you here." Eli blinked once, slowly, like it was data he had not expected to receive. Then he forced another laugh, lighter this time, like he could shave the edge off what Mason had just said. "You're joking," he said. "You literally sent me the route, man." The four of us stopped walking at the same time, the group stuttering to a halt in the shadow of a closed nail salon with its blinds half drawn. "What are you talking about?" Mason asked. Each word sounded like it had been pulled through his teeth. Eli's eyes flicked between us, something calculating sparking just behind them. "Couple weeks ago," he said. "You texted me about the drive. Exit numbers, gas stops. Said if I wanted to tag along, I should hit you up. I figured you changed your mind about the extra seat." "That never happened," Mason said. His tone had gone flat now, the kind of flat that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. I realized, distantly, that the bass from whatever party was nearest had synced up with my heartbeat in an uncomfortable way. "Check your phone," Eli said. "I'm not making it up." Mason didn't move, because there was nothing to check. We knew it. Eli had not been in our Railfest group chat. We had gone out of our way to keep him out of it. The only message he had sent about that weekend was the DM he'd dropped on me, a line we'd collectively decided to ignore. The fact that he could stand there now, in this city, on this sidewalk, and say, "You invited me," with that fake confusion, felt like someone had reached into my life and rearranged the sequence of events with their hands. "You're lying," I said. It came out before I could think about whether I wanted to say it. Eli's head snapped toward me, that too bright smile slipping for half a second. In the brief crack, I saw something sharper underneath. Annoyance, maybe, or something closer to resentment. "I'm not," he said. "I mean, if you guys changed your minds, you could have just said that instead of acting weird. I just thought it'd be fun to roll up together. We're always hanging out anyway." "We're not," Tyler said. His voice was quiet, but the words landed heavy. For a moment, the sounds of the city pushed in from every side. Someone shouted, "Shotgun!" from across the lot. A girl laughed, high and breathless, as a group shoved past us toward the liquor store, the bell jangling again as they went in. A siren yelped once, then cut off. Eli laughed too, a beat too late, like we were still all in on some joke. The sound bounced off the brick behind him, too loud for the size of the space. "Look," he said. "We're all here now. Who cares how we got here? Let's just have a good weekend. Laura won't care if there's one more person, right? She's cool." The fact that he knew her name, had plucked it out as if it were common knowledge, sent another cold line up my spine. We had a choice to make, right there under the buzzing lights and the flickering neon. Call him out in full, in public, with half-drunk strangers within earshot and bottles in our hands. Or do what we had always done up to that point. Swallow the wrongness, let him fold himself into our plans, and hope proximity didn't make everything worse. I wish I could say we chose differently. Instead, without agreeing, the four of us started walking again, and Eli slid neatly back into place in the middle, as if he had always belonged there. His laugh rose over the street noise, too loud, bouncing off the walls as we headed toward Laura's building, his footsteps perfectly in sync with ours on the cracked sidewalk. 4.2. I'm staying here. Laura's building was one of those old fourplexes that looked like they were built before fire codes had opinions. The entryway was a square of cracked tile and beige paint, the color of old teeth. A single bulb in a frosted dome struggled overhead, buzzing faintly like it was chewing on the electricity. The air smelled like old carpet, weed, and something fried from a downstairs kitchen that had seeped into the walls years ago and never left. We followed Mason up a narrow stairwell, our footsteps thudding on the thin steps. The cooler bumped my leg with every rise. Someone's music, Creedence or some other classic rock band you only ever hear at parties and in bars, leaked in from somewhere outside. the bass line vibrating faintly against the stair railing. "Second floor left," Mason said over his shoulder, a little breathless from the climb and the weight of the beer. He stopped at a door with peeling white paint and a brass number plate hanging slightly crooked. Voices drifted from inside. Female, laughing, the muffled clink of bottles. He shifted the six-pack to one hand and knocked with the other. The laughter dipped. A lock turned with a metallic clack. The door opened on the chain first, then shut, then opened fully. Laura stood there in the frame, hair pulled into a messy bun, makeup smudged in a way that somehow looked intentional. She wore an oversized university hoodie and black leggings, a solo cup hanging loosely from one hand. Her eyes ran over us in quick succession. Mason, Tyler, me, Deshawn, like she was ticking boxes on a mental list. They landed on the beer, and she smirked. "You live," she said, "and you brought offerings. Come in before my roommates realize we're harboring out-of-towners." Her voice had that tired friendliness of someone who has hosted too many people, but still likes most of them. She stepped back, opening the door wider. That was when Eli slid past. He did it so smoothly, it almost looked choreographed. As Laura stepped back, he stepped forward, around Mason's shoulder, hand outstretched. "Hey," he said brightly. "I'm Eli. I'm staying here too." Before Laura could process that sentence, he crossed the threshold like it had already been agreed upon. His backpack, where had that come from? Dropped onto the living room floor with a soft thud, right in the middle of the space between the coffee table and the couch, like a flag planted. The room went tight around the edges. From my angle in the doorway, I saw the exact moment Laura's smile faltered. Her eyes flicked to Mason, then back to Eli, then down to the backpack that had not been there a second ago. She said. "Hi." Behind her, the small apartment unfolded in quick impressions. A couch with a blanket thrown over it to hide stains, a tiny kitchen with laminate counters, and an older fridge humming loudly enough to be a presence. A hallway leading to what I assumed were 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom shared by more people than the building had been designed for. From the wall opposite us, someone's television bled through. Indistinct voices, the rise and fall of a laugh track. Outside, the tinny echo of Credence's "Fortunate Son" floated in from a neighbor's open window, mixing with the noise of the street below. It all felt weirdly distant compared to the sharp focus of the people in the doorway. "Hold up," Mason said. His voice came out lower than usual, almost flat. The kind of tone he reserved for when someone was about to get kicked out of a party for real, not as a joke. Eli had already turned toward the couch, shrugging his hoodie off like he owned the place. He froze mid-motion, the fabric half off one shoulder. "What?" he said, still halfway between fake casual and confusion. Mason stepped inside slowly, the six-pack swinging slightly in his hand. He set it down on the counter with more force than necessary. The bottles clinked together, one of them thudding against the fridge door. The fridge hummed on, oblivious. "You're not staying here," Mason said. "I never told you that." The words hung in the air for a second, heavier than all the noise bleeding in from outside. Eli laughed, that practiced little huff. "Dude," he said, "we talked about this. You said there was floor space. You literally said, 'We'll figure it out, just get here.'" He looked at Laura like she would back him up, like there was some version of reality in which she had been included in this imaginary conversation. Laura shifted her weight from one foot to the other, fingers tightening around her cup. "No, he didn't," Tyler said quietly from behind me. Eli's eyes flicked to him, then back to Mason. "Mace," he said, changing tactics. His voice softened, taking on this wounded edge. "Are you seriously doing this right now? Are you drunk already or something? Because that's messed up, man. You said—" "I never gave you her address," Mason interrupted. His jaw was set so tight I could see the muscle jump near his ear. "I never invited you. We turned off location sharing. So how did you get here, Eli?" There it was, out loud. The thing we'd been dancing around since the diner, since the message, since the snap suggestion. Laura's eyes widened slightly at the word location, like she had walked into the scene halfway through a movie and realized it was not the fun comedy she thought it was. Eli's gaze darted from face to face, as if he was trying to read which version of the story we would accept. "I don't know," he said finally, the lie smooth but thin. "I was coming up anyway. Everybody is. It's Railfest. I texted you. You didn't answer, so I figured I'd just find you guys when I got here. This town isn't that big. Then I saw you at the liquor store. It's not that deep." His tone made it sound like we were idiots for seeing any problem at all. "It is that deep," I said, before I could stop myself. The words burned on the way out. "You've been showing up to places we never tell you about for months. That's not small world. That's you tracking us." For a moment, the mask slipped. His mouth flattened, the smile gone. Something flickered in his eyes. Offense, calculation, something mean and sharp that had nothing to do with the overeager persona he usually wore. "I'm tracking you?" he repeated, voice dropping a notch. "You think you're that interesting?" Credence wailed faintly on the breeze outside. The neighbor's TV laughed at the wrong time. Laura's fridge rattled once and settled. Laura cleared her throat softly. "Hey," she said, "I don't know what's going on here, but I only planned for you four to stay." She glanced at Mason, then back at Eli. "We already have people on the floor. There literally isn't space." She was trying to be gentle. You could hear it in the way she stretched the words, padded them with apologies she didn't say outright. She didn't know the backstory, but she knew enough about cramped student apartments to recognize a line being crossed. Eli shifted his stance, the backpack at his feet between him and the rest of us like a physical manifestation of the assumption he had made. "So that's it?" he said. His voice had gone flat too now, but in a different way from Mason's. Cooler. "You're just going to pretend we didn't talk about this? Make me look crazy in front of your cousin?" "You're making yourself look crazy," Deshawn said quietly from the doorway. He wasn't joking this time. Mason took a breath, like he was about to count to 3 and decided against it. "I'm not pretending anything," he said. "I'm done pretending. We didn't invite you. I didn't send you the address. You don't get to just decide you're staying here because you showed up. You need to leave." The last word landed like a solid object. Leave. Silence stretched for a few seconds, filled only by the layers of sound that had nothing to do with any of us. Fridge humming, neighbor's TV, distant rock song, the muffled roar of Railfest bleeding in through the thin windows. Eli's face did something I still think about. The nice guy mask didn't shatter dramatically. It didn't twist into some horror movie snarl. It cracked down the middle like a plate dropped from a low height. Not enough to break apart, just enough to show the fracture line. His eyes narrowed a fraction. His shoulders, which had always hung in that relaxed, try-hard, casual slouch, pulled back a bit. For the first time since I'd known him, he looked his full height instead of apologizing for it. "You're really doing this," he said. Not a question. Mason didn't look away. "Yeah," he said. "I am." "Wow," Eli said. He bent down, picked up his backpack with one hand, and slung it over his shoulder. The movement was sharp, economical, none of his usual flailing energy. He stepped around Mason, brushing past me in the doorway. His shoulder bumped mine harder than it needed to. For just a heartbeat as he passed, he turned his head enough that I could see his eyes clearly. No smile on his mouth, nothing soft in his expression. "I just thought we were closer than that," he said quietly. "My mistake." Then he was gone, out into the stairwell. The door slammed a second later with a force that echoed up and down the narrow shaft, bouncing off concrete and peeling paint. Somewhere below, a dog barked once in protest. For a moment, nobody moved. The fridge hummed on. The neighbor's TV audience laughed at a joke we didn't hear. Outside, someone screamed, "Railfest!" Again, the word dragged out into a ragged cheer. Laura exhaled slowly. "So," she said, tone dry. "That was a vibe." Mason scrubbed a hand over his face. "I'm sorry," he said. "I should have explained before. He's not your problem anymore," she cut in gently. "At least not in my apartment." She stepped back, opening the door wider, forcing a smile back onto her face. "Come on. You drove 3 hours. Put the beer in the fridge before my roommates drink it all. And then you can tell me what the hell that was over something strong." We stepped inside, carrying our bags, shedding the weight of the cooler and the drive and the last 10 minutes all at once. For a little while, with the door closed behind us, it was easy to pretend that when Eli's footsteps faded down the stairs, they were taking the worst of it with them. They weren't. 4.0, the dot on the building. The door had barely stopped vibrating from the slam before Laura shook herself like a dog shaking off water. "Okay," she said, clapping her hands once. "That's enough weird man energy for the day. You guys are here, the beer is here, and I am choosing to believe the universe will not punish me for being nice." She tried to make it a joke. It almost worked. We shuffled further into the apartment, dropping our bags in a corner, stacking the sleeping stuff where she pointed. The space was even smaller than it had looked from the doorway. Couch against one wall, a sagging armchair at an angle, a coffee table that had clearly been salvaged from the curb. The kitchen was basically one wall. Sink, counter, stove, fridge humming like it was trying to vibrate its way into the next room. "Fridge is yours," Laura said, tugging open the door. A blast of cold air rushed out, heavy with the smell of leftovers and cheap beer. "Top shelf is sacred roommate stuff. Everything else is fair game. Offerings go in the middle." Mason slid the six-pack onto the shelf like he was placing an item on an altar. Someone else had already crammed a bottle of something clear and menacing into the door. The fridge motor kicked up a notch with a low, grinding whine. One of Laura's roommates, short, nose ring, hair in 2 messy buns, poked her head out of the hallway. "Out-of-towners?" she asked. "Cousin and friends," Laura confirmed. "They come bearing booze and drama." "Best kind," the roommate said, giving us a quick, appraising grin. "I'm Jess. Bathroom's down the hall. Don't die." With the immediate crisis of Eli's presence removed to somewhere outside the building, the tension in the room loosened by degrees. Someone cracked open the first beer with that soft, satisfying hiss pop. Another tab followed, then another. The sound of cans opening cut through the low thrum of the neighbor's TV and the distant roar of Railfest, oddly grounding. We made awkward jokes about what had just happened, because that is what you do when the alternative is sitting in silence and admitting how much it rattled you. 10 out of 10, I'm staying here execution, Deshaun said, tipping his beer in a mock salute. 0 out of 10 reading the room. "I'm sorry again," Mason told Laura for the third time. "I swear I didn't." She waved him off, taking a sip from her cup. "Mace, relax," she said. "If I got freaked out every time some weird guy tried to annex my living room, I would have transferred schools by now. He's gone. You're here. We'll keep the chain on the door." She smiled, and it reached her eyes, but there was a tightness there all the same. The kind you get from years of small, accumulated alarms. We did what people do at Railfest. We went out. The afternoon blurred into a montage that could have belonged to any group of students, any year. Balconies packed shoulder to shoulder, people leaning over railings and shrieking when a song they loved came on. Someone holding a keg tap upside down, while another person did a wobbly handstand, legs kicking as beer spilled down their shirt. A line of people snaking down a block toward a backyard with a makeshift DJ booth and a single strobe light. Police cars rolled slowly past every couple of streets, lights off but present, windows down so you could hear the crackle of their radios. At one point, a PA system barked out, "Keep the sidewalks clear," and everyone surged off the curb, then back on it again as soon as the car moved on. We stayed in the shallows of it. House parties Laura knew, backyards where at least one person recognized her by name. The bass from 100 speakers turned the streets into one continuous, overlapping pulse. The air smelled like spilled beer, weed, and cheap perfume. I found myself scanning faces more than I should have. Every dark hoodie, every mop of messy hair made my stomach tighten until they turned and revealed someone else underneath. For hours, Eli remained theoretical. Part of the story we'd just lived through, but not visible in the flood of strangers. At some point, the sun slid fully behind the buildings. The temperature dropped a little, but not enough to send people inside. The city's lights took over, windows and street lamps and neon bleeding color into the night. We headed back to Laura's when our voices had gone hoarse from shouting over music, and our legs ached from weaving through crowds. The return felt quieter by contrast, still noisy, still full of life, but muted by the tidiness of familiar walls. Back at the apartment, more people had filtered in. Laura's other roommates, a guy from her biology lab, 2 girls from the floor below, the living room filled with that specific party murmur, pockets of conversation, laughter a little too loud at nothing that funny, someone explaining the same joke twice. Cans cracked open, plastic cups refilled. The fridge hummed under the added load, clicking once like it was protesting before settling back into its steady drone. At some point, someone, Jess, I think, pulled out her phone and groaned. "Everyone's bailing on the party at Denver Street," she said. "Apparently some dude fell through a porch." "Classic," Laura muttered. "Where are people going instead?" another roommate asked, leaning over her shoulder. Jess swiped, pinched, zoomed. "I don't know," she said. "Let's stalk the map." She flicked her thumb, and the small group around her simultaneously leaned in. The rest of us drifted closer in that slow, unconscious way people do when data is being displayed. Snap Map filled her screen, a cartoonish version of the city, streets, and buildings flattened into a digital board game. Little bitmojis clustered in bright patches where the parties were hottest. Labels popped up: park, stadium, some random bar. "Wow," Tyler said. "That is a privacy nightmare." "Only if you're boring," Jess replied, zooming in on an area near the stadium where a dozen avatars overlapped. "Who's where?" Laura asked, craning her neck. "Is Katie still at that gross frat?" "They moved," Jess said, tapping a tiny caricature in a crop top. "She's closer to us now." She dragged the map, the view sliding east. Our street came into view, simplified into a gray line with generic building icons along it. A little marker labeled the city block we were on. "That's us," someone said, pointing. We all watched, mildly buzzed, mildly curious, mildly anxious. It was supposed to be a stupid check-in. See where people we half knew were drinking. Maybe decide whether to venture back out. Jess pinched to zoom a little more. That was when I saw it. A small, familiar Bitmoji was sitting directly on top of the building icon that represented Laura's apartment. Not near it, not a block over. On it. Hood up, little cartoon features smirking in a way that felt uncomfortably accurate. For a second, I thought my brain was superimposing it, that I had looked at enough of his pictures, enough of his digital avatars over time, that I was just seeing him everywhere. "Is that?" Tyler started. Before he could finish, the little avatar moved. Not the generic idle bouncing that the app did sometimes. It slid smoothly off the building icon and down the street, leaving our block behind. The location tag under it flickered and updated. Same city, different cross street. The room's noise died in increments. Someone who'd been mid-story trailed off. Their words dissolving into the silence carried on from our stupid little knot around the phone. The country song bleeding faintly from the neighbor's place downstairs happened to hit a quiet bar between verses. Outside, the bass from a nearby party cut off as the track changed, leaving a brief, eerie vacuum. "What the hell?" Laura said softly. Jess zoomed out a little, then back in, as if that would change what we had just seen. The avatars jostled, labels shifting, but the fact remained. A few seconds ago, Eli's Bitmoji had been sitting directly on top of this building. "He's here," Deshaun said. The beer in his hand sloshed a little. Like, "Here, here." Mason's face had gone still, not blank, still. Like he had frozen in place and was waiting to decide whether to shatter. "Could be lag," one of the roommates said weakly. "Like he was here earlier and it just updated." "No," Tyler said. "That was real time. You saw it move." My drunk buzz evaporated so fast, it left something like a headache in its place. My chest felt tight, like the room's air had thickened without getting warmer. "He was told to leave," Laura said. "I told him there wasn't space. You told him. He's not supposed to be anywhere near this building." "Yeah, well," Jess said, locking her phone and dropping it onto the coffee table a little harder than necessary. "The world is full of things that aren't supposed to happen." We argued in low voices for a while, the kind of half-whispered debate people fall into when they don't want their fear to become fully real. Maybe the map was wrong. Maybe he had just walked past the building and the app had snapped his dot onto the closest point. Maybe one of his friends lived nearby, and that's where he was really headed. Or maybe he's hanging out across the street, sick of us talking about him, Deshaun said, then winced at his own words. Kidding. Half kidding. "What are we supposed to do?" I asked. "Call the cops and say some guy we know is in the same city as us during the biggest party weekend of the year?" Nobody had a good answer for that. The music from outside started up again, a different song now, the bass line crawling back through the walls. Somebody in the building yelled something unintelligible. Someone else shushed them. The fridge clicked and hummed and clicked again. Mason picked up his phone. "What are you doing?" Tyler asked. "Something I should have done months ago," Mason said. His thumbs moved quickly. He stared at something on the screen for a long second, jaw tight, then hit send. "What did you say?" Laura asked. "Doesn't matter," he said. "He knows what it means." He opened Eli's contact, hit the button, and blocked him. Again. For good this time, if such a thing existed. We all watched the motion, even though it was just a gesture on glass, small, silent, surgical. "Done," Mason said. He dropped the phone onto the cushion beside him, like it was heavier than it had been a minute before. Conversations sputtered back up, bit by bit after that, like people tiptoeing back onto a floor they were not sure was stable. Jokes resurfaced, drinking games resumed. Someone turned the music up a little in the apartment to drown out the thoughts we were not saying out loud. The night blurred again. Later, when the empty cans had migrated into little constellations on the table, and most of the crowd had peeled off to other places or passed out wherever they landed, I found myself up and moving, restless. The trash bag in the kitchen hung heavy, the top tied in a loose knot. It seemed like a small, easy task. Take it out, come back, pretend this was any other Railfest crash pad. "I'll dump this," I said, grabbing the bag. No one argued. The hallway outside the apartment was dimmer than the living room, lit by a single fixture at the far end. It buzzed softly, casting uneven shadows along the scuffed walls. The stairwell yawned just a few steps away, smelling like dust and the faint tang of old weed. I stepped out, the apartment door clicking shut behind me, and walked toward the small landing where the trash chute sat in an alcove. My footsteps on the thin carpet sounded too loud in the quiet. Thump, thump, the plastic of the bag rustling against my leg. The trash chute door squealed a little when I pulled it open. Hot air rose up from the shaft, carrying the ripe smell of the whole building's collected waste. I shoved the bag in, listened to it slide down into darkness, then let the door clank shut. When I turned back toward Laura's door, I saw it. On the landing just outside the apartment, where the carpet met the top step, a cigarette butt lay crushed into the fibers. Dark filter, burned almost down to the end. Beside it, a fresh smear scuffed through the thin pile of the carpet, like someone's shoe had twisted there recently. We hadn't smoked. Laura didn't. Neither did her roommates. When we'd come in earlier, arms full of bags and beer, the landing had been clear. I would have noticed stepping on that. The stairwell below was empty, quiet, except for the faint echo of music from someone's TV on the ground floor and the distant noise of the street bleeding up through the front door. For a moment, I just stood there, looking at that small, ugly arrangement. The butt, the scuff, in the dim hallway light. It was nothing. It was everything. It was all too easy to overlay an image onto it. Eli standing there in the narrow space between the door and the top of the stairs, leaning against the wall with one foot up behind him, listening, flicking ash onto the carpet, turning the cigarette with the toe of his shoe when it went out. I could almost hear his breath catching under the hum of the building. Almost hear that too bright voice saying, "I like knowing where people end up." A door slammed somewhere below, jolting me back into my skin. I stepped over the cigarette, over the scuff, and went back inside, locking the deadbolt out of habit. The living room met me with warmth and noise and the illusion of safety. I let the door shut on the stairwell and the small evidence that, for at least some part of that night, we had not been alone in our hallway, even after we'd told him to leave. 5.1. The night settles. In Railfest has this strange half-life after midnight. The streets do not go quiet. They just thin out. The really drunk people disappear into apartments or police cars. The music shifts from everyone scream along to whatever the last conscious person at the party feels like putting on. The crowds turn into clusters. The energy stops spiking and starts sagging. By the time we stumbled back toward Laura's building, the city felt like it had exhaled most of the way. and was hovering in that weird space before the next breath. The bass from the nearest house parties still thumped, but lower, less constant. A song would roar up for a verse, then drop out as someone fumbled a playlist or unplugged a speaker. The cheers were smaller now, more localized. Instead of whole blocks yelling, it was just small knots of people shouting at nothing in particular. My senses were dulled in that way that feels comfortable right up until it gets scary. Alcohol wrapped everything in a soft layer, edges blurred, sounds a little out of sync with movements. My legs were tired in that I could walk forever or collapse right here way. My throat was raw from shouting over music, and my head buzzed with a mix of cheap beer, exhaustion, and the afterimage of too many faces in too many crowded rooms. Laura's building was a little quieter than the block behind us. The stairwell light was still buzzing faintly. Someone on the first floor had left their TV on too loud. A game show host's voice floated up the shaft in broken pieces. Inside her apartment, the party had already sunk into its own afterglow. The living room looked like a still frame from any college night and that went too far. A landscape of shoes abandoned wherever their owners had given up. Solo cups on almost every flat surface. A couple half-finished drinks sweating onto coasters or directly onto the coffee table. Someone's jacket had been turned into a makeshift pillow on one end of the couch. A half-empty bowl of chips sat on the floor, stale and untouched. The air was warm and a little thick. Beer, sweat, the faint tang of something burned in the kitchen earlier and forgotten. The overhead light was off. Only a lamp in the corner lit the room, casting everything in a soft, yellow pool that didn't quite reach the walls. Laura had retreated to her tiny room with one of her roommates hours ago. Jess had claimed the couch, one arm thrown over her eyes, the chest rise and fall of someone already in the early stages of light, drunk sleep. Another guy we barely knew was curled sideways in the armchair, mouth open, snoring softly every few breaths. The fridge hummed in the kitchen with the steady reassurance of a machine that has chosen its purpose and will not deviate. Every now and then, some settling bottle in the door clinked softly against its neighbor, a tiny sound that carried weirdly clearly in the dim apartment. We picked our way through the debris to the patch of floor Laura had designated for us. Mason dropped his backpack and unrolled a thin blanket, spreading it out between the coffee table and the TV stand. Tyler claimed the spot closest to the wall, using his rolled-up hoodie as a pillow. Deshaun flopped down near the armchair, muttering something about proximity to the bathroom being a strategic advantage. I laid my own blanket down near the end of the couch, where I could see the front door if I lifted my head, but could also turn my face toward the room and pretend we were just in our place back home. The carpet beneath the blanket was that cheap, short kind that never feels fully clean, no matter how much you vacuum it. When I lay down and pressed my cheek against my hoodie, I could feel the unevenness of the floor underneath, tiny dips and rises where the subfloor had settled over the years. Somewhere outside, a distant siren wailed, then Dopplered away. Closer, in the building next door, someone laughed and banged into a wall. The sound came through dull but clear, followed by a muted shh and the thud of footsteps. Mason lowered himself onto his blanket with a groan. "I'm going to feel this in my 30s, he said. "You are in your 20s, Tyler mumbled, face already half buried in fabric. "Exactly," Mason said. "This is the warm-up pain." He lay on his back, hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. The light from the lamp caught on the edges of his hair, made a faint halo on the plaster above him. "Seriously, though," he added after a moment, voice quieter. "If anyone breaks that front window, I will personally sweep every shard for Laura tomorrow. I owe her that much." The joke did not quite land as just a joke. The image of glass exploding inward was too close to some part of my brain that had never fully relaxed since we'd arrived. "Nothing's going to break," I said. "Everybody's too busy falling through porches down the street." Deshaun snorted softly. "Real talk," he said, rolling onto his side. "If Eli shows up with a chainsaw, I am pretending to be dead. You're on your own." "Not funny," Tyler murmured. "It was a little funny," Mason said, but his voice had that tightness again. The conversation tapered off. Fatigue rolled in heavier than the alcohol now that we were horizontal. I shifted until I found a position where my right arm didn't go immediately numb under me. The blanket scratched faintly against my skin through my shirt. The carpet had that faint, stale smell of other people's lives pressed into it. Old cleaning products, spilled drinks, the ghost of 1,000 footsteps. The room's soundscape rearranged itself as my eyes adjusted to the lower light. The fridge hum became the baseline, a low, constant note underneath everything. Jess's soft, irregular snore added a texture, a tiny rise and fall. Someone's phone buzzed once on the coffee table, then lay still. Outside, the bass from a nearby party thumped now and then, single heartbeats instead of a steady pulse, like the night was stumbling through its own exhaustion. I let my eyelids fall, not all the way at first, just enough that the room blurred into shapes and shadows. The lamp in the corner became a gold smudge. The ceiling textured itself into a vague pattern of bumps and faint stains. My thoughts did that drifting thing they do at the edge of sleep. One moment I was replaying the snap map dot sliding off our building. The next, I was thinking about some random middle school memory. Then suddenly, I was imagining what it would be like to live in a city where Railfest was just another weekend and not some big marker in your life. The outside noise grew more distant in my mind, like someone was slowly turning down a dimmer switch on the world. Bass thump, silence, faint shout, silence. The carpet under my cheek was rough and too warm, but comforting in a weird way. Solid, ordinary. I could feel the slight vibration of the fridge through the floor, as if the whole apartment was breathing slowly, mechanically. At some point, I lost the thread of the room entirely and started slipping into that half-dream state where your brain throws up images that still feel tied to the present. I remember thinking about the closet in Laura's hallway, the one she'd told us not to use because it was full of cleaning supplies and a vacuum that never worked. I pictured it in the dark. The thin white door, the cheap brass knob, the shadows behind it. Then that image morphed into my own hall closet back in Colorado. Then into the storage closet at the grocery store. Plastic shelves and cardboard boxes and the hum of the walk-in fridge on the other side of the wall. Somewhere outside, a car horn blared once, then cut off. Boots scuffed on concrete. A bottle rolled on pavement, thudding against a curb. Inside, one of the bottles in the fridge door clinked again. That tiny, hollow sound that barely registered, except as evidence that the world still existed beyond my eyelids. My body felt heavy and far away. My thoughts thinned out into softer, slower shapes. The last fully clear thing I remember thinking before I slipped deeper was that, for all the weirdness and alarms of the day, we had made it to a floor with blankets and a door with locks and people who would notice if something was wrong. I let that idea sit in my chest like a small, warm stone. Outside, the bass thumps stretched farther apart. Inside, the fridge kept humming, the apartment breathing its slow, mechanical breath as the night finally settled in around us. 5.2. The glass breaking. I do not know how long I was out before the sound woke me. When you fall asleep drunk on someone else's floor, time stops feeling linear. It is just dark, then less dark, then dark again. No clean edges. I came back to myself all at once, heart already beating too fast, like my body had heard something before my brain did. For a few seconds I lay there, eyes open to a ceiling that was just a darker shade of black than everything else. The lamp in the corner was off now. The only light in the apartment came from the kitchen, a faint green rectangle where the stove clock glowed 3:11 a.m. in blocky digits. The room around me was a landscape of vague shapes. Tyler's outline curled under his blanket near the wall. Mason sprawled on his back, mouth slightly open, one arm flung over his face. Jess on the couch, a darker lump under a throw blanket. The guy in the armchair had sunk lower, chin on his chest. For a moment I thought maybe some dream had yanked me out of sleep, and there was nothing actually wrong. Then I heard it. Not loud, exactly. Not a shattering crash. More like a sharp, brittle crack that sprinted through the apartment, bounced down the hallway, and landed somewhere behind my ears. It was the kind of sound you feel as much as hear. A thin, high break that started in the middle and ran outward, like a spider web being drawn on glass. It was not a dropped cup. I have worked in a grocery store long enough to know what ceramic sounds like when it hits tile. This was longer, edged with tension, like a surface giving way under stress that had been building for a while. The sound cut off, but it had already changed the air. I pushed myself up slowly, my blanket sliding off my shoulders with a soft whisper. For a second, I just sat there listening. The heater hummed through the vents, steady and indifferent. Someone close by breathed in that soft, sleep-heavy way. A door slammed somewhere outside on the street, followed by distant, slurred yelling, stragglers from Railfest still orbiting their own bad decisions. Nothing inside the apartment moved. "Hello?" I whispered, immediately feeling stupid for doing it. No answer. No one even shifted. I swung my legs out from under the blanket, feet searching for the floor. The carpet was cool under my bare soles. My head felt thick, but not spinning. The buzz from earlier had been sanded down by sleep into a dull ache behind my eyes. The green glow from the stove clock cast a faint corridor of light down the hallway, just enough to turn the doorway into a rectangle, and everything beyond it into shadow shapes. I could see the edge of the kitchen counter, the sliver of the sliding glass door that led to the small balcony outside Laura's place. I stepped carefully between the sleeping bodies, trying not to kick anyone or step on a stray cup. The living room was full of quiet little sounds up close. The faint rustle of someone's breath catching, the tiny plastic creak of an empty bottle shifting when I brushed the coffee table. The closer I got to the hallway, the clearer the sound of the heater became, a low rush from somewhere in the walls. Underneath it, another noise started to separate itself. A soft, irregular hiss, like air moving where it shouldn't. I moved into the hallway, the green light from the stove washing over my bare legs, making them look sickly and unreal for a second. The fridge hummed on my left, its motor a deeper, vibrating note under the heater's higher rush. Halfway between the living room and the kitchen, my foot slid on something. It was a tiny motion, but it sent a shot of adrenaline up my spine. The carpet went from rough to slick under one step, my heel catching, toes scrambling to fix it. A small, hard object skittered out from under my sole, making a sound like a bead rolling across tile. I froze. I looked down, squinting in the weak light. On the thin strip of laminate that marked the start of the kitchen, a scatter of tiny, glittering shapes caught the green glow. Shards, small and sharp, winking like ice. Glass. My mouth went dry in a way that had nothing to do with dehydration. I lifted my foot slowly and saw that the skin on my sole was uncut. By some miracle, I had just nudged the pieces instead of grinding them in. One larger shard lay flipped on its side where I had pushed it, its edge catching the weak light and throwing it back at me in a thin line. The soft hiss I had heard resolved itself in my head as I stepped more carefully into the kitchen. Cold air was coming from somewhere it should not have been. The sliding glass door that led to the balcony stood a few feet from the stove. In the dim light from the clock and the faint glow of the city outside, I could see that something was wrong with it immediately. The outer pane was spiderwebbed from one point near the center, cracks radiating outward in messy, jagged lines almost all the way to the frame. It looked like someone had drawn a white explosion in the dark, each fracture a pale line against the night. The inner pane was worse. About a foot off the floor, there was a hole the size of a fist punched clean through the inner glass, edges jagged and glittering. Tiny shards still clung to the frame, some hanging in place like teeth, others missing entirely. Through that hole, cold air pushed into the apartment, sharper than the rest of the room. It came in uneven gusts, moving the lightweight curtains that hung in front of the door. The fabric stirred and stilled, like someone was breathing just on the other side. On the floor inside, a fist-sized piece of concrete or a landscaping rock sat among the debris. It was gray, edges worn but still hard, a little stripe of darker color running through one side. Glass dust clung to it, making it sparkle faintly in the green light. More shards surrounded it, some big, some as small as grains of sand. They covered the laminate and crept out onto the carpet in a rough half-circle. A few had lodged in the rubber strip at the base of the frame. Random drunk, my brain tried. Railfest. Somebody throwing rocks at windows for a laugh. Wrong balcony. But Laura's place was on the second floor. The balcony was not easily in reach from the ground. You would have to deliberately aim up from the parking lot or stand on something, throw hard, and get lucky with both the angle and the force. This was not the careless arc of a kid hurling a bottle. This was direct. A random drunk also did not explain why, of all the windows on the street, this one had taken the hit. Why the rock had punched through both panes, not just tapped one and bounced off. Why it had landed just far enough into the apartment that it sat now, stupidly solid, on Laura's kitchen floor. The heater hummed on, unaware. The cold air hissed through the broken glass in small, irregular breaths. The door frame creaked quietly now and then as the temperature difference flexed it. My skin prickled. Every instinct screamed that I should wake everyone up, that I should flick on the light, call Laura, call the cops, do something loud. Instead, I did the thing people always do in stories they later tell, with shame baked into their voice. I stepped closer. Some part of me needed to see it up close, needed to understand the physics of the hole, the way the cracks spread, the exact size and shape of the rock, like information could be armor. The curtain brushed the back of my hand as I leaned in, cold air sneaking up the sleeve of my shirt. Outside, beyond the broken door, the night looked flatter than it had from the street. The parking lot below reduced to blocks of shadow and stray flashes of light from cars turning somewhere out of sight. I bent a little more, squinting at the rock. It was so ordinary it was almost insulting. Not marked, not special. Just something someone had picked up from a bed of decorative stones and turned into a message. The moment stretched, heater hum. wind hiss, the distant murmur of the city. Behind me, from down the hallway that led back to the living room, I heard a new sound. It was tiny, soft, the kind of sound you could lose inside the 1,000 other noises of a building at night. A gentle, deliberate click, the sound of a cheap brass knob turning just enough to bump against its latch. The hall closet door. For a heartbeat, my brain refused to place it. It tried to make it a pipe expanding, a fridge motor shifting, the building settling. Anything but the image that rose up in my mind. A hand inches from my back, fingers closing around metal and testing it in the dark. I did not turn around. Not yet. I stayed there, half crouched by the broken glass and the rock, every muscle in my body suddenly wired and humming, listening to that tiny sound echo down the hall like the beginning of a sentence I did not want to hear finished. 5-3, behind the door, the sound came again. A tiny metal click, not loud, not dramatic. Just that small, unmistakable bump you hear when a cheap brass knob turns as far as the latch will allow, and then stops. Every hair on my arms stood up. I stayed half-crouched by the broken glass, breath caught in my throat. The cold from the hole in the sliding door slid along my spine, but everything inside me felt hot and tight. The heater shut off. It did not wind down like it usually did. It did not gradually fade. 1 second there was that steady rush of air through the vents, the hum layered under the fridge's lower vibration, the soft buzz of the building doing its 1,000 background jobs. The next second, all of it cut. Fridge, heater, even the faint electric whine from the stove clock seemed to drop away for a heartbeat. The apartment fell into a heavy, mechanical silence, the kind that feels wrong because you never realize how much noise your environment makes until all of it stops at once. In that compressed, too still moment, with no white noise to hide behind, I heard everything else more clearly. The knob moved again. It was slower this time. A soft, careful twist, metal rubbing softly against metal, the faintest creak of the spindle turning in its housing. It sounded like fingers testing it. Not all the way. Not enough to open the door. Just enough to feel how far it could go without making more noise. I could picture the knob in my mind, down the hallway just out of sight. The cheap brass oval we'd passed 6 times on our way to the bathroom. Right after the second click, there was another sound layered under it. Not loud, not obvious. A whisper of fabric brushing wood. The quiet scratch of someone's clothing or sleeve catching the edge of the door from the inside as they shifted their weight. Inside. My body locked. The logical part of my brain tried, even then, to assemble less terrifying explanations. Pipes, temperature change, building settling, air from the broken glass catching the door just right. But none of those things have weight. None of them breathe. None of them adjust their feet and bump their shoulders against cheap, hollow core doors. I stayed facing the broken sliding glass, hunched over the rock like it might answer any of this. The cold air hissed around me in thin streams. The curtain at my elbow stirred once, then fell still again. Behind me in the hallway, the silence stretched. Some stubborn, angry corner of me wanted to stand up, march down there, and rip the door open. To prove, to what exactly? That there was nothing there but mops and coats and a vacuum. To get ahead of the fear and force it into daylight, even if the only light was that ugly green stove glow. Another part of me, louder, pictured a face inches from the crack between the door and the frame, eyes level with the knob, cheek pressed to the wood, listening. listening to my breathing as I crouched in the kitchen, listening to the tiny crunch of glass under my feet, listening to the way my heartbeat had moved from my chest up into my throat. I shifted my weight, just enough to test whether my legs would respond if I told them to move. Bits of glass ground softly under my heel, crunching like broken ice. That tiny sound felt like firing a gun. The silence on the other end of the hallway did not break. I forced myself to look up and over, following the dark corridor with my eyes. From where I stood, I could just make out the rectangle of the closet door, a slightly deeper shadow against the wall. No movement. No outline of feet under the gap. What caught me instead was the hinge side. The jamb there was slightly darker, the edge of the door sitting tighter against it than it should have. It gave the impression, even from a distance, of being pushed inward, like something was pressing from the hallway side, keeping the crack on the latch side as narrow as possible. I realized I had been holding my breath. I let it out in a thin stream, barely daring to make even that much noise. Then I backed away. Not toward the closet, not toward the hallway. Backwards. One slow step at a time. Eyes fixed on that rectangle of deeper darkness. Glass crunching quietly under my feet with each tiny shift. The heater chose that moment to kick back on with a low, rattling whoosh, like the building had decided to breathe again. The fridge hummed up with it, their combined noise flooding the apartment and swallowing some of the terror in sheer volume. It did not help as much as I wanted it to. When I reached the edge of the living room carpet, I turned and moved faster, stepping over limp arms and abandoned cups, heart pounding so hard I could taste it. I went straight to Mason. "Mace," I hissed, dropping to a knee by his blanket. "Mason, wake up." He made a rough, congested sound and tried to roll away. I put a hand on his shoulder and shook him harder. Dude, wake up. I need you." His eyes snapped open in the dark, pupils huge, disoriented. "What?" "Shh," I said. "Get up. Quiet." Something in my voice must have cut through the fog for him, because whatever joke he'd been about to make died before it reached his mouth. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, blinking, listening. "What time is it?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said. 3-something. The glass door's broken. There's a rock. And the closet. That last word seemed to hit him harder than the others. He sat up fully, blanket falling to his waist. "What about the closet?" "I heard something," I said. My own voice sounded thin and unreal. The knob. Moving. Like someone was in there. For a second, I thought he was going to tell me I was drunk, that I'd had a nightmare, that it was the building or the heater or whatever else people say to push the dark back. Instead, he took a breath, slow and deliberate, and nodded. "Okay," he said. "Where's Laura keep that bat?" There was a cheap aluminum baseball bat propped behind the TV stand, left over from some self-defense phase we joked earlier when she'd told us about it. "Just in case anyone gets weird," she'd said, laughing. At the time, it had sounded like overkill. Now it sounded like the only smart thing anyone had done all weekend. I moved aside as Mason got to his feet. The room swayed a little around us, but he steadied himself with one hand on the wall. Barefoot, he padded over to the TV stand, reached behind it, and pulled the bat into view. The metal caught the green kitchen light in a dull line. "Wake Tyler," he said. "Leave everyone else. No need to freak them out yet." Tyler came awake faster than I expected once he saw our faces. Whatever he thought of the story, he did not argue. He just stood up, jaw tight, nostrils flaring like he was already bracing himself for whatever we were about to see. We moved as a small, quiet unit down the hallway. The three of us, barefoot, breathing too loud in our own ears. Bits of glass still lay scattered near the sliding door. When Mason stepped onto the laminate, some of them popped softly under his weight. He winced, but did not stop. Tyler and I picked our way between them more carefully this time, but there was no way to be completely silent. The bat's end dragged once against the floor as Mason repositioned his grip, making a scraping sound that made my shoulders climb toward my ears. The whole thing felt like it was happening underwater. Every movement stretched out. Every sound grew longer and louder than it had any right to be. We stopped at the mouth of the hallway, turning together to face the closet door. From this angle, it looked exactly like it had earlier when we dumped our bags and laughed about how cramped everything was. Plain white, brass knob, no visible gap, no visible anything. "Ready?" Mason asked, voice barely above a breath. I nodded before I realized what I was agreeing to. He moved forward, bat held in his right hand, left hand reaching for the knob. For a split second, I saw his fingers hover over the metal, flex, then close. He yanked the door open. The hollow core door swung back and smacked lightly into the stop. The bat came up between him and whatever was inside. Coats. A couple of heavy winter jackets on plastic hangers. A thinner windbreaker. A denim jacket with fraying cuffs. On the floor, a cheap upright vacuum leaning at a slight angle. Hose looped awkwardly around it. A pair of tall boots. A collapse of canvas tote bags stuffed into one corner. Behind them, a stack of random apartment detritus. Cleaning supplies, a box of light bulbs, a plastic bin half filled with things that looked like they belonged to 3 different people. No one breathing. No one shifting. No eyes staring back at us from the dark. The heater's hum filled the space between our heartbeats. Somewhere down the hall, someone in the living room snored once and went quiet again. For a long second, all 3 of us just stood there, staring into the small, cluttered void. My heart, which had been pounding hard enough to make my vision blur, started trying to talk me down. "You were half asleep. You were drunk. The building makes noise. Glass broke. Everything's flexing. You scared yourself. It would have been so easy to lean into that. To close the door, make some joke about haunted appliances, and let the memory of the clicks get filed under stories you tell later with a laugh." Mason shifted his grip on the bat, lowering it a little. Tyler let out a breath I had not realized he'd been holding. Then Mason frowned. "Hang on," he said. He nudged the pair of boots on the closet floor with his toes, pushing them gently aside. They tipped, one falling over with a soft thump. He reached behind them, into the shadow between the vacuum and the wall, fingers searching for something I could not see. When his hand came back into the light, he was holding a knife. Not a little steak knife or some random dull thing. Laura's chef's knife. The big one with the black handle and broad stainless steel blade we had seen sticking out of her knife block by the stove when we'd made jokes about not touching her kitchen stuff. The blade caught the stove's green light and turned it into a thin, sickly line along its edge. The handle glistened slightly in his grip. Mason's expression changed. "Feel that," he said, voice flat. I did not want to. I also could not. I reached out and touched the handle with my fingertips. It was not wet enough to drip. Not soaked, but it was not dry either. It had that faint, tacky dampness of something that had been held in a warm hand not long ago, and then set down. The kind of residual moisture that comes from pressure and skin and time measured in minutes, not hours. My stomach dropped in a way that had nothing to do with alcohol. I thought about the way the knob had moved, the scratch of fabric, the way the door had seemed pressed tighter against its hinges, like something was bracing itself on the other side. I thought about how long I had stood in the kitchen alone, bent over a rock, breathing in and out while cold air hissed around the broken glass. I had been 3, maybe 4 steps away from this closet. All that separated me from whoever had stood inside it was a cheap, hollow core door and the fact that in that moment, they had decided to listen instead of open it. Mason set the knife down carefully on the counter, as if putting it too hard might make it jump. "We're waking everyone up," he said. "Now." I nodded, but my eyes stayed on the closet for one extra heartbeat, long enough to see the empty coats, the vacuum, the boots, and in my mind, the outline of a person superimposed over them. Shoulders hunched, knife in hand, ear pressed to the crack, listening to me realize too late that the glass was not the only thing that had been broken tonight. 6.1 Morning after and police paperwork. Dawn made everything worse. The broken sliding door that had been mostly abstract in the dark, shapes and cold air and imagination, turned into something painfully literal when the sky started to lighten. I woke up again without realizing I had gone back to sleep. This time it was not a sound that did it. It was light. Pale gray was leaking into the apartment, spreading from the kitchen in a slow, thin wash. It made the ceiling look lower, the walls dirtier. The green glow of the stove clock was still there, but it had faded to a weak echo of itself. My mouth tasted like stale beer and cotton. My head ached in a dull, unfocused way. Every muscle felt like I had slept on a floor, which I had. Someone had turned off the heater at some point, either to save money or because the thermostat had finally given up. But the cold coming in through the broken glass made the air feel sharper than it should have. My breath didn't fog in front of my face, but it felt like it wanted to. I pushed myself upright, wincing as my back protested, and looked toward the kitchen. In daylight, the damage was somehow both less dramatic and more awful. The spiderweb cracks in the outer pane of the door were clearer, each fracture line catching the weak morning light and throwing it back in thin, dull veins. The fist-sized hole in the inner pane looked more surgical now, a clean absence edged in jagged teeth of glass that still clung stubbornly to the frame. Tiny shards were everywhere. They glittered in the track of the door and in the strip of laminate just inside, embedded like fallen stars in the carpet a little farther out. Some were so small, they looked like dust until the light hit them and they flared for a second. The rock sat where it had before, lump of gray in the middle of the glitter. Someone, I did not remember who, had nudged it onto a folded dish towel at some point between the knife and whatever passed for sleep after that. It made the whole thing look like an offering on a cheap altar. Laura was already up. She stood in the kitchen in leggings and an oversized t-shirt, hair in a sad bun, arms wrapped around herself as she stared at the door. Her face looked like she had skipped the hungover phase and gone straight to done. "Landlord's going to love this," she said without turning around. Her voice was hoarse. There was a coffee mug on the counter beside her, half full and already cooling. The smell of coffee floated weakly over the lingering scents of last night. Beer, sweat, takeout containers. Mason emerged from the hallway, eyes bloodshot. A hoodie tugged over his t-shirt like he was trying to add layers between himself and what had happened. Tyler followed, pale and quiet. Deshaun came last, pressing the heels of his palms into his eyes like he could push the night back out through them. "Cops?" Mason asked. Laura nodded toward her phone on the counter. "On the way, supposedly," she said. "They sounded busy." Through the ragged hole in the glass, the city was waking up from its own hangover. The street outside looked different. Fewer people, more trash. Red cups and gutters, a toppled trash can. A single shoe sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, like someone had stepped out of it and kept going. The noise was different too. Less bass, more cars. An occasional shout from some leftover railfest diehard, but mostly the normal sounds of a town trying to pretend the night before had not happened. Inside the apartment, the fridge hummed, somehow smug in its normalcy. Someone in the living room shifted and groaned. Jess sat up on the couch, hair a mess, mascara smudged, and squinted at the door. "Jesus," she said. "That wasn't a dream." "Nope," Laura said. "Sorry. Real nightmare." The knock on the door was a dull, professional sound, not the sloppy pounding of drunk friends, not the tentative tap of a neighbor. 3 firm raps, evenly spaced. Everyone stiffened. Laura went to answer it, pausing to throw the chain off with a metallic slide before pulling it open. 2 officers stood in the hallway. They looked exactly like every cop you have ever seen in a college town the morning after something. Short-sleeved uniforms under winter vests, duty belts heavy with gear, radios clipped to their shoulders, cords coiled like snakes. One was older, hair going gray at the temples. The other looked barely older than us. Their presence brought a new set of sounds into the apartment. Radio chatter, a dispatcher's clipped voice, static, some mention of a traffic stop on another street. The soft rip of Velcro straps on their vests as they adjusted something. The scribble of pen on notepad as the older one flipped it open. "You the one who called?" the older officer asked. "That would be me," Laura said. "Come in, watch your step. There's glass." They stepped inside, boots crunching lightly on the shards despite the warning. The older one glanced around the living room, taking in the blankets, strangers, hangover faces. The younger one's eyes lingered on the rock on the dish towel, the hole in the glass, the tiny, glittering debris field. "Hell of a night," the younger one said. "Yeah," Laura said tightly. "Kind of the problem." We told the story in pieces. Laura started, woken up, loud voices, us pounding on her door after the knife. Mason picked up with the rock, the glass, the closet, the sound. I heard my own voice come in at some point, narrating the clicks, the fabric scrape, the way the heater had shut off. It sounded weirdly calm, like I was telling someone else's story. The older cop listened, pen moving occasionally. The younger one drifted around the apartment, leaning in to inspect the broken pane, shining his flashlight once into the closet, even though the overhead light was on. He jingled the knob experimentally, made it click against the latch. "These are cheap," he said. "They rattle when the building breathes." I felt my hands curl into fists. Mason stepped in before I could say anything. "There was a knife in there," he said. "Not in the block, not in the sink, in the closet, on the floor, behind boots. The handle was wet. We moved it," Laura added quickly. "It's in the sink now," Jess said from the kitchen, where she had washed it twice and left it blade down in the drying rack, like she could scrub the implication off. The younger cop went to look at it, lifted it with 2 fingers by the top of the handle, then set it back down. "Could have been one of your guests," he said. "Party weekend like this, people get spooked, grab something, stand somewhere stupid, panic, shove it somewhere, run out. Happens all the time." "Yeah," Laura said. "But this isn't a frat house. I know everyone who was here." "Except the guy we kicked out," Mason said under his breath. The older cop glanced at him. "You said you had a disagreement with someone last night?" he asked, checking his notes. "Eli," Mason said. "He followed us up from our campus, showed up at the liquor store, tried to force his way into staying here. We told him to leave. He wasn't..." He stopped himself from saying right and went with, "He wasn't invited." "Do you have a last name?" the older cop asked. "Address? Cell number?" We gave him what we had, first and last name, which sounded thinner and less threatening than the person wearing it, the school he went to. The general description: average height, dark hoodie, messy hair, the words we had used 1,000 times, and which still did not seem like they could contain everything he had showed us in the last 24 hours. The older cop wrote it down, nodded slowly. The younger one was now peering at the rock like it was mildly interesting, not the centerpiece of the worst night of my life. "Look," the older officer said finally. "I'm not saying you didn't see what you saw. I've worked Railfest weekends longer than some of you have been alive. People do a lot of stupid, dangerous stuff in a short amount of time. You've got broken glass, you've got a rock. That's criminal mischief, maybe vandalism. The knife thing is weird, sure, but nobody got hurt. Nobody's missing. Nothing seems stolen." He gestured around at the room with the pen. "Considering what else is going on out there." He tilted his head, and his radio seemed to respond in agreement, crackling with a voice announcing a fight at some intersection I did not know. "You are lucky this is the worst of it." Lucky. The word landed like a bad joke. "So what do we do?" Laura asked. Her arms were still crossed, but she had shifted her weight from one foot to the other, that restless stance of someone who knew she was not going to like the answer and was bracing for it anyway. "We'll take a report," the older cop said. "Document the damage. You give the landlord the case number. See if they want to file anything for insurance. If you've got this Eli's info, we can see if he pops in any of our systems, but without a witness placing him here, specifically at the time the window broke. It's going to be tough to do more than knock on a door and have a conversation." "What about the snap map?" Tyler asked. "We saw his icon, like, on top of the building." The younger cop shrugged. "Those apps bounce you all over the place," he said. "GPS is not exact. I've seen my dot show me in the river before when I was parked on the road. It's not admissible as anything more than he was in the area. Which," he added, "so were a few thousand other people." I felt something in my chest deflate in a way that made me feel both stupid and furious. We had wanted not justice exactly, just acknowledgement that this was not normal, that the fear we'd felt was proportionate to the situation. Instead, we got a shrug. The older cop scribbled a few more lines, tore the top sheet from his pad with a quick rip, and handed it to Laura. "Case number's at the top," he said. "If you remember anything else, if this Eli contacts you in a way that feels threatening, call. But my advice?" He slid the pen back into his pocket. "Clean up the glass, get some coffee, sleep this off. Railfest will be over in a day or two. Things will go back to normal." He said normal, like it was a place you could just walk back to. They left the way they came, boots crunching on glass, radio crackling with other people's emergencies. The door shut behind them with a solid sound that didn't feel as safe as it should have. The apartment was quiet again. The fridge hummed. A bottle rolled slightly on the counter, hitting a spoon with a faint tap. Outside, a car drove by, tires hissing on the street. Jess broke the silence first. "So that's it?" she asked. "We get a number and a good luck?" Laura stared at the slip of paper in her hand, like it might rearrange itself into something more useful if she glared hard enough. "Welcome to being on this side of things," she said. Mason rubbed a hand over his face. "We're not crazy," he said, almost to himself. I looked at the rock, the hole, the knife now clean and sitting blade down in the drying rack, and then at the closet door, still hanging open a few inches, showing nothing but coats and a vacuum. "No," I said, "we're not." But standing there in the pale morning light, buzzing slightly from residual adrenaline and hangover, a paper with a case number on the counter and 2 sets of disappearing boot prints in the hall, it was hard not to feel like the official version of reality had just patted us on the head and moved on. 6.2, going home and trying to forget. We left that afternoon because there was nothing else to do. Laura had called her landlord. Plastic had been taped over the broken door from the outside, flapping slightly every time the heater cycled on. The rock was gone, taken as evidence, though it had gone into a paper bag so casually it might as well have been a leftover sandwich. Our blankets were rolled up, bags zipped, floor space reclaimed. The apartment looked smaller now, stripped of its party skin. Just another student place with too many people and not enough insulation, trying to pretend the hole in its wall was a temporary glitch. "Text me when you get back," Laura said at the door, hugging Mason a little too tight. Then me, then Tyler, then Deshawn. "And I'll let you know if anything else weird happens." We all pretended that was a joke. The stairwell felt narrower on the way down. I noticed every scuff mark, every tread worn shiny in the middle, the little patch of cigarette ash near the landing that had not been vacuumed up yet. The front door stuck for a second before it opened, then let us out into dim, washed-out afternoon light. Railfest looked hungover too. The crowds were smaller, the cheers half-hearted. The music that had been chest-rattling the day before was now mostly confined to isolated houses, bleeding out in weaker bursts. The sidewalks were a patchwork of trampled flyers, crushed cups, and someone's broken sunglasses. We loaded the Corolla in silence. The trunk thunked shut over our bags. The lid did its usual rattle that we always joked meant it would fall off any day now. It did not feel funny today. Mason started the engine. The familiar droning idle filled the quiet, vibrating through the seats. We pulled out of the strip mall lot, past the nail salon and the vape shop and the liquor store, whose neon sign now looked tired instead of festive. Nobody said anything for the first 10 minutes on the highway. The car felt different. Not just because we were all slightly dehydrated and running on 4 fractured hours of sleep. There was a weight in the air that had nothing to do with bodies or bags. The silence between songs on Mason's playlist felt longer, more loaded. Eventually, he turned the music down until it was just a low thrum under the engine noise. "So," Deshawn said, staring out the window at the fields blurring by. "On a scale of 1 to we never speak of this again, where are we at?" "Somewhere in the middle," Tyler said quietly. "Pretty sure that scale only has 2 numbers," I said. "Yeah, well," Deshawn muttered. "I'm trying to do bit therapy here. Let me cook." He launched into a half-hearted riff about mysterious bat-wielding heroes and closet ninjas, but even he could not keep it going. The jokes trailed off mid-sentence. The punchlines landed flat. The soundscape of the drive took over instead. The Corolla's engine settled into its usual freeway drone, somewhere between a hum and a whine. Every now and then, something loose in the trunk, a bottle we had forgotten, a piece of metal, a hinge, rattled when we hit a bump, a little burst of clatter against the drone. Mason flipped through radio stations when the playlist ran out, landing on talk radio for a while. Static faded in and out as we moved between towns. A host argued with a caller about something trivial. The words washed over us and away, replaced by white noise, then by a country song, then by nothing. Outside, the landscape reversed itself. Party town to outskirts, outskirts to highway strips to the familiar stretch of I-25 that led back toward our small campus. The same billboards for casinos and lawyers, now with the sun hitting them from a different angle. The mountains at our backs instead of ahead. I stared out the window and replayed the night. My brain kept looping the same three images. The rock on the floor, the closet knob turning, Mason's hand pulling the knife out from behind the boots, the handle damp against my fingertips. Every time I tried to file them under "we survived that," another thought followed close behind. You survived because someone decided not to open the door. It is one thing to scare yourself with your own imagination. It is another to know that, for some specific stretch of minutes, there had been a person in a small, dark space a few feet from where you stood, listening to you breathe and trying the knob. I caught myself glancing at the rear window more than was necessary. Every sedan behind us with its lights on looked like it was following too long. Every dark hoodie glimpsed in another car made my stomach lurch until our paths diverged. Eli did not appear on the highway. No black sedan cut us off. No familiar figure waited at a rest stop when we pulled over once so Tyler could pee and Mason could pour coffee into his system. The absence should have been comforting. It was not. We rolled back into our town in the early evening. The light had gone soft in that way it does in Colorado on clear days. Everything edged in gold, but the air already cooling. Campus was quieter than the other city had been. No rail fest here, just the usual scatter of students, walking dogs, heading to the rec center, trudging toward the library. The grocery store where I worked stood where it had always stood, squat and fluorescent, its sliding doors opening and closing, letting people and carts and that specific refrigerated air smell in and out. Life, visually, had resumed its normal shape within the span of an afternoon. We unloaded the car in front of our apartment building with the familiar jokes about stairs and backpacks and whose hoodie is this. We dropped our blankets onto our own living room floor, which smelled like our own mix of cheap detergent and old pizza, not someone else's fear. Classes started up again Monday. Midterm grades came back. Group projects demanded attention. Customers at the store complained about prices and asked where the almond milk had moved to. Professors talked about finals and futures like nothing in the world had shifted over the weekend, except maybe the weather. For a while, nothing overtly creepy happened. No rocks through our windows, no closet doors opening on their own, no anonymous voicemails breathing in our ears. Eli went silent. No DMs, no way, you guys here too? Appearances at coffee shops, no sightings at the grocery store, lurking in aisle 4, pretending to debate brands of cereal while watching my register. His absence pressed into the days like a thumbprint. You do not really understand how much someone's constant, low-level presence has shaped your life until they stop showing up. The tension does not vanish. It just climbs into your shoulders and sits there. We would mention him occasionally in the first week. Small, sharp jokes that felt more like probing wounds than trying to be funny. Maybe he finally found a closet he likes and decided to stay. Maybe the cops did more than they said they would. Maybe he realized how insane he sounded and moved back with his parents. After a while, we stopped talking about him directly. For everyone else, things edged back toward normal. For me, normal started to feel off. It began with sound. In our apartment, like in every apartment, There was a baseline noise you stopped hearing after a month. The fridge humming, the ancient baseboard heaters in the living room ticking as they warmed up, clicking as they cooled, the faint whoosh of the bathroom fan if someone forgot to switch it off. Cars on the 4-lane road outside, a constant, distant rumble. A couple of weeks after Railfest, I started noticing the gaps. I would be standing in the kitchen, putting groceries away, and realize that everything had gone quiet at once. Fridge, heater, fan, even traffic outside, gone, not for long, a second, 2 maybe. A short, unnatural silence, like the building had drawn in a breath and forgot to let it out. In those seconds, the apartment felt wrong, too still, too empty. If I was alone, and I often was with everyone's schedules staggered, I would feel my body stiffen before my brain caught up. My ears would strain for anything that was not my own heartbeat. A tiny shift, a soft bump, the discreet creak of a hinge under pressure. Sometimes, during those little mechanical hushes, I would swear I heard something from the hallway outside my bedroom, a faint, barely there sound right at the edge of perception. The whisper of cloth against wood, the tiny click of our own hall closet knob settling a fraction of an inch. The rational part of me knew exactly what this was. Trauma, anxiety, an overtuned nervous system jumping at patterns it had never registered before. Once a noise has meant danger to you, your brain will throw itself at any similar noise and shout this again, look, this again, even when it is nothing. That is what I told myself, standing in my own kitchen at 1 a.m. with a glass of water in my hand, the fridge gone quiet, the heater paused, the hall behind me feeling like a mouth waiting to speak. The systems always came back on. The fridge would kick up, juddering like it always did. The heaters would tick and hiss back to life. A car would roar past on the wet road outside, tires humming. But in that second between, I would feel the hair on the back of my neck rise, and my eyes would go to the same place every time. The white door of our hall closet. Brass knob catching just enough light from the living room lamp to show its shape. I never saw it move. I never woke up to find it open when it had been closed. I told myself that mattered. I told myself the rock, the glass, the knife, the closet in Laura's apartment. They were locked to that place that weekend. They belonged to a Railfest story, a vacation horror, something you leave behind when you drive 3 hours south and go back to being a student with bills and shifts and group chats. But every time the apartment dropped into those unnatural silences, and that tiny, almost nothing sound came from near the closet, the barely there scratch, the imagined click. I knew I was lying to myself a little, because once you have stood 3 or 4 steps away from a door with someone behind it holding a knife and listening to you breathe, normal does not sound the same anymore. 6.3. The envelope. By the time a few weeks had gone by, I had almost managed to convince myself that the worst part of the story was over. My life folded back into itself. Classes, shifts, the same 4 aisles I always stocked on Tuesdays. The same regulars at the store complaining about the same sale signs. Group chat drama about exams and roommates and who had eaten whose leftovers. Railfest thinned into something I could reference in passing. Yeah, that weekend was insane. Can you believe the cops did nothing? Remember when the heater cut out? That was wild. I did not tell anybody how often I still heard the building breathe wrong. The little mechanical silences kept happening in our apartment. Short, held breaths where the fridge and heater and traffic all seemed to blink out at the same time. In those gaps, my ears would sharpen. My eyes would gravitate toward the closet, and I would stand very still and wait. Nothing ever came through. That became its own routine. One Wednesday night, I closed the grocery store with the late crew. The automatic doors shuddered as they locked behind us. The parking lot was mostly empty except for a few employee cars and a delivery truck idling near the loading dock. Sodium lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in that sickly orange that makes it hard to tell how late it really is. The walk back to my apartment was familiar enough to do half asleep. 2 blocks along the 4-lane road, past the vape shop and the laundromat with the open sign that never actually turned off. Side street with cracked sidewalks and hibernating front yards. The hum of traffic dulled behind me with each turn. By the time I turned into the lot behind our building, the night felt regular. Not safe exactly. Nothing felt fully safe anymore, but normal. The kind of normal where your brain occupies itself with whether you have any clean socks left, not whether someone is waiting in your hallway. The back entrance to our building was lit by a single fluorescent tube in a plastic cover, bolted to the ceiling above the door. It buzzed faintly, flickering every few seconds in a way the landlord had promised to fix soon, and never had. I climbed the stairs, one hand on the chipped metal railing, grocery store smell still clinging to my clothes, cold produce, cardboard, floor cleaner. The second-floor hallway stretched out in front of me, long and narrow, the same dingy carpet, the same off-white walls. Light from the buzzing fixture interrupted itself in little pulses, making the corridor look like a series of still images. Door, door, fire extinguisher, door. Our apartment door sat near the far end. Something was leaning against it. For a second, my brain filed it as package and moved on. We ordered stuff all the time. Textbooks, cheap headphones, random kitchen gadgets. Boxes landed at wrong doors regularly. The whole building just shuffled them around until they found their owners. But this was not a box. It was a plain manila envelope, the kind you buy in packs of 5 at the campus bookstore. No label, no printed barcode, no priority mail sticker. Just a slightly bowed shape, propped against the bottom of our door like someone had set it there carefully and made sure it would not slide away. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, flickered. The envelope's surface caught the stuttering light and dulled it, the yellow paper almost the same color as the wall. I stopped a few steps away, keys in my hand, grocery bag hanging from my fingers. No return address, no postage, no apartment number written across the front. It had not come through the post office. It had not even come through our building's overstuffed mailboxes downstairs. Someone had carried it here. The hallway was not silent. A TV played faintly behind one of the doors, canned laughter leaking through drywall. Somewhere distant, water rushed in a pipe as someone flushed a toilet or turned on a shower. The buzzing light overhead added its own low, persistent static. Still, something about the envelope made all of that feel far away. My keys rattled as I shifted the grocery bag to my other hand and crouched to pick it up. The paper was stiff under my fingers, the weight inside light but definite. One object, flat. Not a stack of anything, not loose sheets. For a heartbeat, I thought about leaving it there. I could have stepped over it, gone inside, locked the door, told myself it was a mix-up for the neighbors. I could have kicked it 3 doors down and pretended I never saw it. Instead, I slid the keys into my pocket and let curiosity win. The envelope was sealed with one of those metal clasps and a strip of clear tape. I twisted the clasp, peeled the tape back slowly, more slowly than I needed to, the adhesive making a small, sticky crackle in the quiet. Inside, there was no letter, no extra padding, no explanation. Just a single photograph, I slid it out by one corner. It was a printed Fork 6, like something you'd get at a drugstore kiosk. The sheen on it caught the hallway light, reflecting a tiny version of the fluorescent tube and my own fingers. The image itself was dark. At first, my eyes had to work to make sense of it. A grainy night shot full of static, a street, a line of parked cars, a row of low buildings on one side, their shapes softer under the blur. My building. The realization hit halfway through a blink. The angle was from across the street, slightly off-center, like the photographer had stood on the opposite sidewalk, just far enough back to catch the whole facade in frame. 2 floors, same tired beige siding, same row of mailboxes at ground level, same sad shrubs in front of the lower windows. Near the left side of the frame, 2nd floor, our living room window glowed faintly. The blinds were half drawn, which we did when we were lazy and overheated. Light from inside spilled out in a rectangular smudge. The image was noisy, but not enough to hide what was behind the glass, me, at my desk. The shape was small, a silhouette more than a detailed portrait, but I knew it was me. Same cheap desk lamp haloing my head in white, same hunched posture, shoulders bent forward over the laptop. Same gaming chair we'd found used on Facebook Marketplace, its high back distinctive even in low resolution. I could see the slight curve of my forearms on the desk, the pale blur of my face turned toward the screen, caught in the act of minding my own business, oblivious. My fingers tightened on the edge of the photo until the glossy paper bent. I flipped it over. On the back near the top, someone had written a few numbers in black pen. No message, no boo, no threats, just a date and a time, month, day, year. Then, 1:47 a.m., the date was the Sunday of Railfest weekend. Not the morning after we woke up in Laura's apartment, the one after that. The night we had come home, unpacked, crashed in our own beds, and tried to pretend that 3 hours on the highway had put distance between us and everything up north. I thought about the timeline. We left in the afternoon, got home around 8, unloaded, ate something forgettable. I sat at my desk, answering a couple of emails, half watching some video on my laptop, telling myself we were fine. At 1:47 a.m., someone had been across the street from my building, looking up at our 2nd floor windows through a camera lens. Close enough to see which room was ours, patient enough to wait until I sat down, calm enough to frame the shot, press the button, walk away. My stomach turned, hot and cold at the same time. The handwriting on the back of the photo was familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. The numbers were printed, not cursive, slightly slanted, the 7 with a little crossbar through it, the 4 open-topped instead of closed. Ink dug a little too hard into the glossy surface, leaving faint indentations. I had seen that hand before, on group project note sheets, on the corner of a whiteboard schedule, on a sticky note once, slapped onto a pizza box at someone's apartment with "Save me a slice," written in the same slightly aggressive printing. Eli's handwriting had always looked like he was trying too hard to make each letter matter. I held the photo up closer to the buzzing light, as if that would change the shape of the numbers. It did not. Up and down the hallway, doors stayed shut. The TV behind one thumped a little louder for a second as someone changed channels. A toilet flushed somewhere below. The light above me flickered once, buzzing a little higher, then settled back down. I thought about going straight back down the stairs, out into the lot, scanning the street for anyone standing too still near a parked car. I thought about pounding on neighbors' doors, asking if they had seen anyone in the hall. I thought about walking the photo straight to the campus police office and slapping it on the counter. "Look," I would say. "It's him. It has to be. He was here, at my building, at night." I also thought about the way the Railfest cops had looked at us when we told them about the closet and the knife. The way Lucky had sounded in that officer's mouth. The way SnapMap had gotten a shrug and GPS is not exact. This was one photo. No face, no name. Just a building and a window and a silhouette that only I could positively ID as myself. I could hear the response already. Could be anyone's handwriting. Could be a prank. Could be old and someone forgot it in the wrong mailbox. Could be nothing. Could be. My keys dug into my palm in my pocket. The grocery bag handle cut into the crook of my fingers. For a long moment, I stood there in the buzzing light, the envelope limp in one hand, the photo in the other, caught between wanting someone else to tell me what to do and knowing exactly how that conversation would end. My heart thudded in my ears, each beat louder than the TV through the wall, louder than the fluorescent hum. In the end, I did not go to the police. I slid the photo back into the manila envelope with hands that felt both clumsy and too careful. The paper rasped softly as it went in. I tucked the clasp back into its little loop, more out of reflex than any belief that it mattered. I unlocked our door, stepped inside and shut it quickly, locking it again even though our neighborhood wasn't bad enough to justify that level of urgency. The apartment smelled like itself. Old coffee, laundry detergent, a faint hint of someone's reheated leftovers. The fridge hummed. A distant car hissed past on wet pavement outside. For once, all the machines seemed to be working at the same time. I crossed the living room to my room, opened my desk drawer, and shoved the envelope inside. The wood slid on its runners with a low, hollow sound, then bumped softly as it hit the back. I pushed it shut harder than necessary. The click of the drawer closing was small, swallowed almost immediately by the usual apartment sounds. But in my chest, something kept pounding, louder than the fridge, louder than the traffic, louder than the buzzing in the walls. My own heartbeat, insisting on how close that camera must have been, how easily someone had stood in the dark, watched my window, and walked up 3 flights of stairs to leave proof of it leaning against my door. 7-pointer. 1. Years of listening for knobs, I did graduate. That is something people always want to know when I tell this story. Like whether I made it out in the normal ways still counts for something. Yes, I got the degree. Walked across a stage in a rented gown. Parents took grainy photos from too far away. We went to a chain restaurant afterward. My dad made a joke about student loans. My mom cried into her napkin. All very standard. I moved a couple of hours south that summer, to a different city in Colorado. Bigger than our college town, smaller than Denver. I took the first halfway decent job I could get. Entry-level desk work at a logistics company, off an industrial stretch near the highway. The office had that open plan thing employers love and employees tolerate. Rows of desks, low partitions, a break room with a perpetually humming vending machine. From the outside, my life looks boring in exactly the way it is supposed to at this stage. My commute is 20 minutes door to door if traffic behaves. I drive past the same strip malls every morning. Tire shops, nail salons, a trampoline park that looks dead at 8 a.m. and too bright at 8 p.m. The radio mumbles talk shows or plays the same 6 pop songs on a loop. The sky does that big Colorado thing where it feels like you can see to the edge of the world and then some. At work, the soundscape is a whole ecosystem of its own. Printers whir and spit pages onto plastic trays. Phones ring in uneven patterns, some picked up on the first buzz, others going all the way to voicemail. Someone always seems to be typing too hard 2 desks over, each keystroke a tiny hammer. The HVAC system breathes through ceiling vents, pushing air that is always a little too cold for how much people argue about being hot. There is always background chatter, little bursts of laughter, someone complaining about a client, someone microwaving leftovers in the break room, the door thunking shut, the machine humming for a minute, and then beeping. From 9 to 5, I am surrounded by normal noise. In the evenings, I drive back to my apartment on the quieter side of town. 2-bedroom, 2nd floor, beige walls, standard issue everything. I make dinner or reheat something. I answer emails. I watch shows everyone else has already seen. Sometimes I go out for a drink with coworkers or the handful of friends I've made here. Sometimes I do not. External life, fine. Internal life, not. If you looked at me on paper, you would never know there is a part of my brain that has not stopped listening for one specific sound since 2019. I do not think about Railfest every day. Time does blur things. The edges of certain memories have softened. Who said what at which party? Which playlist was playing when? Who we bumped into on the street? The core of it, though, the rock, the closet, the knife, the envelope, that has not faded. It has fermented. I am hyper-aware of sound now in a way that goes way beyond light sleeper. In my current apartment, the fridge is newer than the one Laura had, but it has its own personality. It hums at a slightly higher pitch, kicks on with more confidence. The heater here is forced air, not baseboard, but the vents still tick when metal expands and contracts. Neighbors upstairs have a kid who runs laps at odd hours, his footfalls thudding like a heartbeat in the ceiling. I have cataloged all of it. I know the exact whine our dishwasher makes right before its cycle ends. I know how the building's main door sounds when the latch catches versus when someone lets it slam. I could identify my upstairs neighbor's laugh in a crowd from the way it breaks at the end. And I notice, every single time, when those noises stop. It happens here too. The fridge and heater and whatever else is humming along will all cut out within a fraction of a second of each other. Click, click, click. And suddenly the apartment falls into that same pressed silence I first really heard in Laura's kitchen. For 1 to 2 seconds, the world between my walls goes still. No mechanical breath, no appliance rumble. Just the faintest hiss of nothing and my own pulse in my ears. In those moments, I become very aware of the hall closet. It sits just outside my bedroom door, across from the bathroom. Same white hollow core construction as every other door in this building. Same cheap brass knob, scuffed a little from people's keys bumping it. When I signed the lease, the closet was full of old paint cans and a broken plastic laundry basket. I cleared it out. Now it holds my vacuum, a couple of coats, a box of winter boots, and all the normal clutter a person accumulates. It also holds a disproportionate amount of my attention. In those short, mechanical gaps when everything shuts off, my ears strain. I listen for the tick of wood, the subtle squeak of hinges, the almost imperceptible rasp of fabric on wood. I tell myself that of course doors expand and contract with temperature. Of course a building shifts. Of course sounds travel weird in old structures. Then the fridge kicks back on, the heater sighs, the moment passes. I roll onto my other side in bed and tell myself to stop being dramatic. I have not gone on another big group trip like Railfest since. Every year, the new friends I have here make plans. Weekends in Denver, music festivals a couple of states over, a just once before we're too old. Vegas run. I always have a reason I cannot go. Money, work, family. Sometimes I do not even bother with an excuse. I just say, "You guys go. I'll live vicariously through your photos." I do not tell them that the idea of sleeping on someone else's floor in someone else's noisy college town, with thin doors and unknown closets and thousands of strangers, makes my skin crawl. Eli has never resurfaced officially. No one ever texted to say, "You'll never believe what he did now." No campus-wide email went out about an arrest. No news story tripped my brain's "this is him" wire. His social media went dark that same year. The last post on his old Instagram is some blurry bar photo. His Facebook, if he ever used it, is either gone or locked down. Every account I can find with his name attached looks old, dusty, untouched. Mutual acquaintances have floating opinions. "Pretty sure he dropped out," someone said at a bar the year after, when I ran into an old classmate. "He just stopped showing up to stuff." "I heard he moved back home," someone else said, vague about where home actually was. "Family stuff? Didn't he get in some kind of trouble?" another guessed. "I don't know. Dude was always off." Details are fuzzy in the way details get when people collectively decide not to pay attention to something anymore. I have not reached out to him. Obviously, the idea of typing his name into a fresh message box makes my hands sweat. But I do check old spaces sometimes. Every few months, I'll scroll back to our college group chat, the one that used to be full of memes and homework complaints and late-night who's awake pings. It is basically dead now. People have moved on, new numbers, new lives. Occasionally, someone will drop a photo, a baby, a wedding, a new job. When a notification pops up from that chat, my heart rate spikes before I even see what it is. Some small, stupid part of me expects to see his name. I have, more than once, opened the chat just to stare at the typing bar, half expecting those 3 little dots to appear under his contact. They never do. If he is out there, he is quiet. Maybe that should be enough. For a lot of people, it might be. Time plus silence equals closure. For me, the equation has never quite balanced. At night, when the city outside my window settles into its own rhythm, distant sirens, the occasional rev of a motorcycle on the main drag, some neighbor's TV bleeding a laugh track through the wall, I lie in my bed and listen to my apartment cycle. Silence. I wait every time for the sound I have been braced for since the rock hit the glass. The tiny metal click of a knob turning just as far as a latch will allow. If you listen for something long enough and it does not come, you start to wonder which would be worse, that it never happens again, or that one night, years later, it finally does. 7. 2. Eli would like to share their location with you. Right now, as I am typing this, my apartment sounds exactly like every other night it has ever spent with me in it. The fridge in the kitchen is in one of its quieter moods, humming but low, like it is thinking to itself. The heater has been ticking on and off in that lazy way it does when the temperature hovers right on the edge of what the thermostat thinks is acceptable. Every few minutes, a car rolls past on the street outside, tires whispering over asphalt, then fading away. The rest of the building is muffled. Someone a floor below me is watching something with gunshots and yelling, but the drywall softens it into dull thuds and distant shouts. The guy next door is either asleep or at his girlfriend's place. His usual late-night video game commentary is absent. I'm at my small dining table, the one I never actually eat at. The overhead light is off, only the lamp in the corner is on. A cheap floor lamp with a warm bulb that throws a narrow cone across the table and leaves the rest of the room in gradients of shadow. My laptop sits in that lit circle, screen open to the document you're hearing, cursor blinking at the end of the last sentence I wrote. The glow of the laptop makes everything beyond it feel darker. My hall closet door is just at the edge of my peripheral vision if I look up, a rectangle of faint off-white in the gloom. I have already measured the distance twice tonight, 3.5 steps from my chair to the knob if I took them at a normal pace and not the way I would move if I heard it turn. I have been writing for hours. The story is longer than I thought it would be when I opened a blank document and typed, "I'm not using my real name." This always happens. I think I can compress things, skip parts, stick to the headline horror, but the thing about telling it is that you have to include the small sounds and stupid details, or it feels fake, even when it is the truth. So I have been sitting here, dredging up sounds I have been trying not to think about. The crack of glass, the quiet click of a knob, the way a rock looks in the wrong context. I am deep in it. My shoulders are tight. My eyes ache from the glow. The laptop fan has kicked on and settled into a soft, steady whir, adding its own thin layer to the room's noise. I am typing a line about the way the apartment cycles. Hum, silence, hum, when my phone buzzes. The sound is small, just a muted vibration against the faux wood tabletop, but it hits me like someone fired a starter pistol next to my ear. My fingers jerk on the keyboard, smearing a word into nonsense. The laptop's spacebar clacks louder than it should when I pull my hands back too fast. The phone screen lights up, a cold, clean square of white and blue cutting into the warm lamplight. For a second, my brain assumes it is something boring. An email, a low battery warning. Some app I forgot to mute, reminding me to drink more water or check a sale. Then I see the shape of the notification banner and the words in it. Eli would like to share their location with you. Everything in me narrows. My skin prickles, starting at the back of my neck and rippling out across my arms and chest. My stomach drops in a way that feels physical, like the floor under my chair just dropped an inch. My field of vision tightens until the only thing I can really see is that sentence floating in the white bar at the top of the phone screen. For a heartbeat, the rest of the room disappears. No lamp, no laptop, no hum. Just that name and that phrase together in a combination of words I never wanted to read. I have seen that notification before, in other harmless contexts. Friends during road trips, family members checking in from airports. Can I share my location is one of those features most people now treat like a casual convenience, a thing you tap without thinking when someone texts, "Where you at?" Apples and icons and maps and dots. This is not casual. My hand moves toward the phone without me really deciding to move it. My fingers look pale in the phone's light, tendons standing out more than usual. I pick it up. The haptic buzz of my touch against the glass feels too loud in my hand. The notification expands slightly as the phone registers my attention. Under the main line, in smaller font, the system helpfully explains that if I accept, we will be sharing locations with each other. If I decline, we will not. At the top of the pop-up, where the contact name sits, it does not say unknown or a spammy string of numbers. It says a first name and an initial. Eli S. That initial is wrong. His real last name is different. This is a different letter. A different person, technically. A legally distinct Eli. The Apple ID email under it is generic too. Not his old college address. Not his name. some mash of letters and numbers that could belong to anyone who got bored halfway through setup. My heart does not care. I know logically that it could be a mistake. Some stranger trying to share with a friend and typing the wrong number. Some glitch in Apple's system. A spam attempt. I have heard of those. Random location requests sent out to see who taps what. But this is me writing this story about him on this night. This is that name, on this screen, in this apartment where I have been listening for knobs. The timing is a hand on the back of my neck. I stare at the two options underneath the message. Accept, decline. They sit there, bland and ordinary, like the stakes are nothing more than whether my friends can see if I made it to the bar yet. My thumb hovers between them. If I tap accept, one of two things happens. In the best case, some random guy named Eli in another state realizes he got the wrong person. Embarrassment, maybe an apology, some awkward texting to clarify. I become a funny anecdote in a story he tells later about how he accidentally shared his location with a stranger. In the worst case, it is him. He sees my dot appear on his map, the little circle offering itself up on a clean white background. He sees the name of my city update, the street, the exact position of my apartment building. It is an invitation dressed up as technology. Here, I am here. Come find me again. If I tap decline, one of two things happens. Best case, it is just a misfire that never meant anything to anyone. The request disappears. The person on the other end either does not notice or shrugs and sends it to the right friend. Worst case, it is him, and he sees that I saw it and made a choice to push him away. That I acknowledged the connection and cut it. That I closed the door in his face this time, cleanly. He has never done well with doors closing. I stand there at the small table hunched over my phone, my thumb suspended in midair, feeling like any movement at all will snap something. My laptop fan whirs a little louder, like it is trying to cool down a system that has started to overheat. The fridge in the kitchen clicks off. The heater chooses this moment to go silent too. The apartment drops into one of those deliberate mechanical hushes. No hum, no tick, no car on the street outside. Even the muffled TV through the wall seems to pause for breath. In that compressed quiet, all I can hear is the tiny, high-pitched ring of my own nervous system. I realize, with a clarity that makes me a little sick, that not answering is also an answer. If I accept, I open a line I have spent years trying to convince myself no longer exists. If I decline, I give him a clean no, if it is him. And I learn something about how he responds to that. If I do nothing, the request will time out eventually. It will sit there, pending, suspended in the invisible space between our phones. Like a door left almost closed, latch resting right against the strike plate, not fully set. I do what I did in Laura's kitchen when I heard the knob the first time. I freeze. Then, slowly, I slide my thumb sideways, not toward accept or decline, but toward the edge of the phone. I press the side button. The screen goes black with a soft, decisive click. The sound is small, swallowed immediately by the room. It still feels like slamming something. The only light now is from the laptop, its bluish glow suddenly too bright in the absence of the phone. The fan in its side breathes out a thin stream of warm air. Outside, a car finally passes, its engine noise rushing by and then trailing off. The fridge kicks back on. The heater follows a second later, vents sighing. The building resumes its usual layered noise. On the table in front of me, my phone lies face down, dark, the weight of that unanswered request sitting inside it like a stone. 7.3. The last moment before the knob turns. The cursor is blinking like it is impatient. A little vertical line fading in and out at the end of the sentence I just typed about the envelope. The manila paper, the numbers on the back. Me pushing it into the drawer and pretending that made it small. The lamp in the corner throws its narrow cone of light across the table. The laptop, my forearms. Everything beyond that glow is soft shadowed, edges blurred. The rest of the apartment is there, but only as shapes. The couch, the dark TV screen, the doorway to the hall, the faint suggestion of the closet door just out of direct sight. I scroll up once, skimming what I have written. Railfest, the liquor store, the rock, the glass, the closet, the knife, the cops, the envelope, the years of listening to my own building breathe. All of it lined up in black text on white, neat in a way it never felt when it was happening. This is the part where, in other people's stories, you get something like closure, an update, an arrest. A new city where the noises mean nothing and the past stays in the past. Instead, all I have is this: a document addressed to a horror channel that reads these things out loud to people who want to be scared in safe rooms and safe houses, with their own fridges humming and their own heaters ticking. I put my fingers back on the keys. In the kitchen, the fridge is mid-hum, a steady, low vibration I can feel in the soles of my feet if I pay attention. The heater just clicked on a minute ago. Warm air is whispering through the vent above the table, making the edge of a paper napkin lift and settle. A car passes outside, its tires hissing over the road, engine fading around the bend. I start typing the final paragraphs. How I know this might sound paranoid. How I'm not asking anyone to believe me, just to understand that the rock and the closet were not the end of anything. How there is always that 1 second a night where every machine in my apartment forgets what it is doing. As if on cue, the fridge stops. It does not gradually wind down. The hum just cuts, clean, like someone pulled its plug. The heater follows half a beat later. The air in the vent above me goes still. The faint rush is replaced by nothing. The building drops into that heavy mechanical hush I recognize now with a part of my brain that does not care what city I am in. The layer of sound I have come to depend on, to hide inside, is gone. Silence is never really silence. I still hear my laptop fan, a small, strained whir. I still hear the tiny tick of the lamp's metal stem as it warms. But all the big noises, all the obvious ones, are missing. The room feels like a held breath. I become aware, in a way that makes my skin go tight, of the hall closet. 3.5 steps away. White door, cheap brass knob, same generic design as the one in Laura's hallway, as the one in our college apartment, as the ones in 100 rentals up and down this state. The lamplight reaches just far enough that I can see a faint sliver of the door frame, a vertical shadow a shade darker than the wall. I tell myself to keep typing. My fingers hover over the keys and do not move. The hush stretches. In that narrow gap, I hear it. A tiny shift of metal on metal. The knob moves a few millimeters, not enough to fling the door open, just enough that the metal spindle inside it turns and then bumps softly against the latch. Click. It is the same sound I heard in Laura's hallway, softened by distance and time but instantly recognizable. Cheap hardware trying to do more than it is allowed. My heart slams once, hard enough that it wobbles my vision. I stare at the closet's slice of shadow. I tell myself it is the building settling. Temperature, wood, expansion, contraction, all the words people like to throw at fear to make it smaller. In the region of my body that still remembers cold air and glass and the scrape of fabric behind a door, none of that lands. Another sound cuts through the hush. My phone vibrates on the table. Face down, dark, it skates a fraction of an inch on the faux wood surface with that soft, plastic sheath buzz. The sound is louder inside the silence than it has any right to be. I tear my eyes away from the closet and grab it with fingers that do not feel steady. My thumb leaves a faint smear of sweat on the back. I flip it over. The screen is already on. The location share request, the one I put to sleep by pressing the side button, has vanished. There is no banner. No Eli would like to share their location with you. No choices. Instead, the Find My app is open, full screen, map already loaded. No prompts, no menu. A single blue dot sits in the middle, selected. Above it, in plain text, the name reads, Eli. For a second, the whole image swims. Green and gray shapes, thin white lines for roads, the faint outline of a river. The lamp above the table reflects in the glass, putting a vague halo over the whole thing. Then the map moves. I do not touch it. The view seems to pull back, then in, like a slow, controlled heartbeat. City-level zoom, roads and neighborhoods and labels, shrinks down to a grid of blocks. Then those blocks expand, as if the map has picked something and is leaning in. Neighborhood view, familiar street names, the grocery store I use on weekends, a park with a name I recognize, the main drag. It keeps going. The blue dot stays centered as the world around it grows. Our side of town fills the screen. Houses turn into rectangles. Parking lots become gray patches. My heart is still trying to convince me this is fine. Glitch, autoload, some setting I accidentally triggered. A delay from when that notification popped up earlier. The map zooms again. My street comes into focus. A thin white line with a label. The cross street at the end. The little loop of asphalt where our building's lot sits. The shallow U-shape of my complex. 2 levels of beige boxes. The blue dot is not wandering. It is not drifting off down the highway or hovering vaguely in the air. It settles, right on top of the outline of my building. Dead center. For a moment, I tell myself I am just seeing my own location. The app opens to your dot. That is how it works. That is what it is built for. Here you are. Then I notice the smaller, pulsing circle. Just off-center, a faint ring expands and contracts around a second marker. My marker. Me. The phone in my hand, sitting at the little dining table in the corner of my unit. The label under that smaller circle says, Me. The larger dot, the selected one, with the name above it, is sitting on the building from an external angle, as if someone is near the parking lot, or in a car at the curb, or in the hallway on my floor. The blue dot and my own pulsing circle are only a few pixels apart. Close enough that if you were not paying attention, you might think they were one thing. My breath comes out jagged. I do not realize I have been holding it until my chest hurts. Behind me, from the direction of the hall, there is another soft sound, the faintest scrape, like fabric brushing wood, a sleeve brushing a door frame, weight shifting gently against hollow core. The knob does not rattle, it does not bang, it just settles again. A slight easing click, like whoever or whatever is behind it has adjusted their grip. I cannot tell if the exhale I hear next is mine or not. It sounds too long, too quiet, too close to the door. On the laptop screen in front of me, the cursor is still blinking at the end of the last paragraph I wrote. The fan whirs. The document sits open, the confession half finished. I put the phone down, screen still lit. Map still open. 2 dots hovering almost on top of each other. My hands move back to the keyboard. I start typing again, and this time I write directly to you. I tell you there is a hall closet 3.5 steps away from where I am sitting. I tell you that right now, the building has gone quiet, except for my fingertips on the keys and whatever is making that small sound near the door. I tell you that I am not getting up. I am not checking the latch. I am not calling the police, so they can tell me I am lucky nothing worse has happened. I am not flinging the door open and giving whatever is back there the satisfaction of knowing I need to see it to believe it. I keep typing because stopping feels exactly like standing up, like walking into the hallway, like wrapping my hand around a knob that has already told me enough. If this ever makes it onto your channel and you are listening in your car or in your kitchen or in your bed with your own hallway just out of sight, there might be a moment where your space does the same thing mine just did. Your fridge will cut out mid-hum. Your heater will stop. The traffic outside will thin just long enough that it feels like someone hit mute on the world. You will have 1 second, 2 at most, of thick, heavy quiet where you could hear a single hair fall if you were listening for it. That is your moment. I hope if you hear a tiny click from a door you are used to ignoring, you make a better choice than I am making. I hope you do not sit here the way I am sitting here now, watching 2 dots edge closer on a screen and pretending that a closed door is the same thing as being alone. The laptop screen throws my hunched silhouette onto the black glass of the TV across the room. A ghost of my own posture stares back at me. You cannot see the hall in that reflection. You cannot see the closet. On the table beside the keyboard, the phone screen dims slightly but does not go dark. The map still shows my building. The me circle pulses. The other dot sits on top of us, steady. I can hear the closet breathe. Or maybe I am just finally hearing my own.